the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's
Johnny Magnet!
On Monday, then it was 37. Danny Lauby's already caused him a headache. He's taken the first leg.
Julia ways yesterday, didn't he, Alex Hall?
You know where George is going. He's going for the bull. Oh, the peach. That's beautiful from George.
17 now for Tops. Tops he finds right in the corner,
Andy Davidson.
the left-hand side of the bed.
Six after 12 to break the throw Murnan in this opening leg. May not get a look at it. As Midnight looks at Tops and squeezes it into the bottom corner. One mat couldn't make it. Can the other mat do? Double 16 for 104 for Matt Dennant to break the throw.
Winspear to move one away from a first win. That's how you do it, Winnie.
So the midweek darts continues here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Your Thursday afternoon fix comes to the Modus Super Series live here on Pluto TV. Well, in the world of football, it's been all about the playoffs in European competition, but we've got an international playoff to see who's going to be the six that make it into Saturday's final. Ron Meulenkamp, the Dutchman, the first player to book his place through, but this afternoon and tonight we've got a couple of Australians, an American, a Greek, some Scots, some English players. We've got the full ticket, that is for sure. We've got the former Australian World Cup finalist, Paul Nicholson, joining us here in the studio on this Thursday afternoon. And look, it's a group which, if you look on paper, Matt Dennant is going to be the comprehensive favourite to go on and win because of what he's done here in the past and, of course, the fact he's just dropped off tour.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm not really sure where Matt's game is at right now. We're a couple of months into the new year, so post-Q school, people are starting to figure out what they're going to do in 2026. But based on the talent level that Matt still has, fresh off his first ever World Championship, you would assume that he will be the favourite.
Ron Meulenkamp was the first player to book his place into Saturday night's final. He won Group A yesterday, and him and Simon Whitlock just went hammer and tongs at one another, didn't they?
Yeah, this is a great group. I mean, there are going to be some players in that group situation who will say that they didn't play that well, but they contributed to a very dramatic 3 days. The fact is, yesterday we had a chance of Ron Meulenkamp and Simon Whitlock both finishing on 26 points. That's never happened before. As for Meulenkamp, he only just got over the line. You can see the leg difference is exactly the same. They won the same amount of legs, but the vital thing, 2 points extra from Ron. And I think the most impressive thing from him, Henry, was his ability to regroup quickly after losing to Whitlock on Wednesday.
So that is how Group A finished up. Let's have a look at the tournament bracket then and see how things are progressing. Tonight we'll see father and son go head to head as Simon takes on Mason Whitlock. And the last time we saw a father and son combo here, James Richardson hit a 9 against his own son Josh. The former champion Scott Taylor's in action as well. That's from 10 o'clock this evening. But this afternoon we're going to see the arrivals of Joe Murnan, Matt Dennant, Adam Winspear, Andy Davidson, Danny Lauby and George Monios are going to drop out of Group A into that particular group. And in terms of Matthew Dennant, what about him that sets him maybe apart from the other players in this group, in your opinion?
It's a few things, really. It's sealing of performance. We know what Matt is capable of. We've spoken about his 119 average on the Challenge Tour at one point. If you can do it once, you can do it again. I think if we look at the way he can play and the way he has been playing, I think over the last couple of years, he hasn't played anywhere near to the talent level he's got. So maybe having that exposure to the Pro Tour the last couple of years and taking that step back, he can realise that he's better than he actually thinks he is. So coming here, genuine tests, let's see if he can thrive.
He's a favourite in terms of the betting, but let's sort out a little bit of value. Who potentially could be somebody to give him a real challenge?
It would have to be Joe Murnan. The last time he was here, he was in a group with Tyler Thorpe, who was doing silly things. He was able to get second position in Group C on that occasion, but he made it to the final of the week. So he knows how to negotiate tricky groups and his way through to the semi-finals and beyond in a weekly sense. So you'd have to say Joe Murnan.
Well, it's more midday than midnight for the darters. That was formerly known as Shaggy and formerly known as a few other nicknames as well. And he is going to kick us off on this Thursday afternoon. And earlier on, I caught up with him. Joe, it's more a case of midday than midnight in this Group C, but how much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There's a few players I've never met before, so that's going to be fun.
Does that almost for you add a little bit to it, meeting new people, meeting new players, or you not care for that sort of stuff?
I don't really care who I play, to be honest with you. I'm too old of a cat now, so it doesn't really bother me.
We've seen you here a few times before, obviously you lost in a week previously. Where do you say the darts is at this present moment in time?
I've been practising a bit with Scott Taylor, who's obviously down here this week, and yeah, there's glimmers of the old Murnan coming back, yeah.
Is there a little bit of rivalry between you and Scott?
He's no rival to me. He's not good enough.
In terms of this week then, and looking ahead to the next couple of days, I suppose goal one, just get through this group no matter what?
Yeah, that's it. Just try and get through and then just take each game as it comes.
Because you are one of those guys that you just boil it down as simply as you possibly can.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's nothing else you can do, is there really? It is what it is.
However, I'm sure your pal Scott's telling you what he's got in his cabinet. Does that give you that extra little bit of motivation?
He's playing really well. Yeah, it's going to be tough. He's going to be tough foot stop this week, to be honest.
Right, wish you all the very best, Joe. Good luck out there.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Well, Joe Murnan's always been a man that's knocked on the door here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, a former runner-up in the past, looking for his first weekly win. And he is going to kick things off this afternoon in a meeting against George Monios. Better late than ever, George. The man from Greece making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, looking to make it through to his first Saturday night. Something that's a bit of a regularity for the 42-year-old from Halliwell. And if he wins on Saturday, he'll probably celebrate with a cigar up against George Monios, the 40-year-old from Athens, who did make it through to the weekly final last time he was here. And will be hoping to do so for a second consecutive occasion. For Murnan, he's a player. Paul Nicholson alongside me in commentary has spoken about in terms of his ability, in terms of his levels, and he's speaking rather positively. Him and Scott Taylor, we'll see later on tonight, run a popular darts bar, and that's aided his practice regime. And that man there is Nick Rolls, legendary referee, a man who's officiated many a final at the Lakeside, and somebody who does as much away from the hockey as he does on the hockey. He's an unheralded hero of the sport, and it is our pleasure to have him here on this Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, Chapter 2 this week in Week 6. Now that Ron Meulenkamp has won Group A, it's time to find out where the next chapter takes us. First thing I'm drawn to is this new dart shirt that Joe Murnan's got. It looks like
41.
He's got some sort of ectogram on there. That or he's been watching too much ER again. I hope it's not a symbol 41. Of how his heartbeat's going to be over the next couple of days. He does give off this very calm vibe, does Joe? It's a very lazy throw in the best possible way. It's so relaxed. He has that little lean into his right hip. And he doesn't give much away, does he?
Even in interviews.
30.
And I mean this in the nicest way, because I quite like Joe, but it can sometimes feel like you're extracting blood from a stone when you're trying to get an answer out of him.
Yeah, but that's a good thing, though.
140.
He doesn't want to give his hand away. He doesn't want to give anybody any intel. Now, that was very intelligent from Monios to get himself somewhat back into the leg, but when you leave 343, you're not going to leave a finish no matter what you do.
29.
It's a bit scruffy in the first leg. He'll have to tidy that up next time around.
Well, luckily for him, he's got plenty of time and space in this opening leg. Monios not really being able to make any kind of imprint, and so Murnan looking at 95. 86 left, treble 18 leaves double 16. unable to get. So Monios will get a look at this 103 to
George,
get
you
an opening
require
leg break.
103.
He has been living in 7-visit range this week, but this is for 6 visits.
63.
And that really would have been a
Joe,
steal
you
because Joe
require
Murnan's been
8.
in full control of this opening leg, but he's had to dodge a bullet.
Game
And eventually
shot on the first leg.
gets
Joe
himself
Murnan.
on the board for the week. And so George Monios, he finished bottom of
Second
group
leg is
page,
George
means he's
to
going to
throw
be
first. Game
playing
on.
in the first and last game of both sessions in this group.
Yeah, that is what you get for finishing bottom.
95.
You get the long shift. But I remember famously when Jim Mayer of Luxembourg finished last in a Group A situation, and he made the
100.
most of playing first and last. He was so close to making Saturday night after finishing bottom of Group A.
100.
He made the most of the big breaks he got between games. And he almost got it done. George has got to do it a little bit better than the last 3 days.
55.
'Cause like I said, he's been living in 7-visit range. For me, he's going to have to lift his average to somewhere between 83 and 85 to stand a chance.
Well, all 3 players that dropped out of Group A into this group averaged less than 80
99.
over the course of their 15 games in that group. Monios, the lowest of which, 75.98. His highest average so far this week, 89.18. He's had 8 180s, 1 ton plus checkout, the 127 and game. And this has sort of been the situation George has found himself in. Yes, he's front running in this leg, but as you mentioned, because he's been
100.
plying his trade a lot in 7-visit range, he's been finding himself chasing a heck of a lot in matches.
Absolutely right. Every now and again, he'll throw a very decent leg indeed.
43.
But it hasn't
George,
happened
you require
enough.
107.
Particularly, he's been throwing his best legs at the wrong times. Now, there is such a thing as throwing your best leg at the wrong time. It's usually when you're 3-0 down. And it's early in the day.
Yep, he can also win tournaments at the worst possible time. Just ask Bradley Brooks.
133. George, you
Very fair
require
point, that.
20.
2 10s to level up. Well, the
10.
second dart made life
Joe,
rather
you
harder for
require
him. And so
70.
Murnan here with an opportunity to break and lead 2-0. Double top.
30.
Very hard to get through that blocker
George, you require
because he doesn't
10.
throw the same way as Luke Humphreys. That would have been a marker for Humphreys, but not for Joe.
No
He just
score.
needed that first
you
start to be
require
a little
40.
closer.
Game shot. And the
Murnan
second
picks off
leg.
second leg
Joe
and
Murnan.
is 2-0 up. This has been happening too much to George.
Third leg.
I'm
is
sure you
Joe
were
to
paying
throw
attention
first.
over the last couple of
Game
days, Henry, at the fact that we had wins on the Pro Tour for Ross Smith and Gedwin Price.
100.
Almost symptomatic of what we've had here the last couple of weeks with wins for Derek Coulson and for Graham Hall. So it feels like
22.
as we get close to spring, it's a little bit of repeat winner syndrome. If that's going to continue
58.
here this week, then who's going to keep the pattern alive? We don't really have a serial winner left here in week 6.
100.
Except for one. Reese Robinson.
There you go. He knows what he's talking about. Ross Smith
80.
constantly wins on the Pro Tour year in, year out, as does Price. Coulson has here for the last couple of years. Graham Hall is a serial winner. And if we're going to keep that going, there's only
100.
one man here this week who can say the same, and that is Reese.
Yeah, Reese Robinson, a man with plenty of
96.
W's to his name here at the Live Lounge. He'll be in action tonight as part of our Group B coverage from 10 p.m. Well, Murnan's kind of taking care of this game in
100.
as
Joe, you
comfortable
require
a time as he needs
167.
to. He's got 6 on this 167 to lead 3-0. He's just going at his own pace here.
139.
I get the feeling as well that if Joe had found that 57, he was going to go for that bull. Because he had a little twitch in his face as if to say, ooh, I really fancied that.
59.
I get the sense that him and
Joe,
Scott
you
Taylor,
require
both playing in the
28.
same week, is going to provide a bit
Game
of rivalry
shot and
between the
third
pair.
leg. Joe Murnan.
Yeah, but I think that's a good thing. Sometimes you need people to spur you
Fourth
on.
leg, it's George to
And-
throw first. Game on.
It comes as an accidental segue, but do you know who used to be the biggest motivational factor for Joe Murnan in his career? It was Ross Smith.
100.
They were best pals up in the northwest of England when Ross was living up there, but for personal reasons, Ross moved back to Kent.
100.
I'm sure they're still in touch. They didn't have a massive fallout or anything like that. But I do believe what you say is correct. I think Scott Taylor is a positive influence on Joe and vice versa.
60.
Yeah, certainly spent a lot of time practicing alongside one another.
Well, I'm one of Scott Taylor's biggest fans. I think
60.
from a talent perspective, he's got everything. I mean, if you won the lottery and you were to go up to someone that you believe at this
45.
level deserved some financial freedom to just go and play darts, I'd walk up to Scott Taylor and give him 50 grand. And I'd say, right, use that.
100.
Let's see what you can do. But I haven't won the lottery yet. So, sorry, Scott.
A 135.
Can't believe you give away a week's worth of your wages.
I don't get paid in lira.
Well, Monios for the first time
100.
has an opportunity
George,
to
you
make
require
some kind of inroads in
161.
this contest. Looks at 161 to reduce the gap to 3-1. He's not going to get, and so Murnan is going to get a chance on this 1-4-1 to
85.
get himself
Joe,
on
you
the
require
board.
141.
This is a palindrome number. Why not on a palindrome day? It is the 26th of the
96.
second 26.
George, you require 76.
And he can't take out the 1-4-1, but he might get a chance to win the match. Turns out he
60.
does. It's going to be 5 for tops.
Joe, you require 45.
To seal it, and to seal it rather comprehensively. 2 10s
35.
on the inside. And well wide.
Yeah, that's Billy Bowden wide, that one.
George, you require 16.
You do not want to get off to a 4-0 drubbing start,
12.
but that's still possible.
Joe, you require
And very
10.
likely. Because Murnan
Game
isn't going to
shot.
miss
And the
anymore.
match.
And that was as
Joe Murnan.
comfortable an opening win as Joe Murnan's going to get here at the Live Lounge. He gets the better of George Monios by 4 legs to 0. A rather comprehensive display. An average of 80.16. George Monios missed 12 darts and a double in that contest. Coming up next, we're going to see Matt Dennant return, and he takes on former tourmate Danny Lauby. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Joe Murnan get his campaign up and running with a 4-0 win over George Monios. Match number 2 sees two former tourmates go head-to-head as Matt Dennant and Danny Lauby go toe-to-toe. Both players lost their tour card at the end of the 2025 season and looking to bounce back here at the Live Lounge. Instantaneously for Matty Dennant, the 34-year-old from Warsaw, a former week winner, never actually got to play at that particular Champions Week because of the fact he got his PDC tour card. Up against Danny Lauby, the 33-year-old from Terre Haute in Indiana in the United States. Well, he needs to up the stakes because by his own admission, Group A was not good enough for him. If he's going to keep up what was quite an impressive record before he went on to tour of qualifying through to Saturday nights, he's going to have to find a real uppage in terms of performance. And starts don't really get much tougher than a man that the bookmakers have quoted as 4-7 favourite to win the group and is the 9-2 third favourite to the field of 12 to go on and lift his second trophy come Saturday evening. So it's Lauby against Dennant, the United States up against England. Game 2 of 25 that we're broadcasting this afternoon here on Pluto TV. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me here in commentary. Now, we know what both of these players can do. It's just, can they show it on this stage right now?
That's a fair assessment because I think dart players, in their own mind, they know how good they can be. But as to what you do is based on how you prepare and what you're willing to sacrifice. Look no further than the guy in the American shirt because he's sacrificed a lot as far as locality is concerned. He now is residing in the UK, not in the United States. I think if you were to ask him, he'd much rather live in the US because that's home. But when it comes to Matty Dennant, it's never really been in question how talented
First leg,
he is.
It's Matt to throw first.
It's a question of how he gets it to come out.
And actually, where Danny resides isn't too far away from where Matt Dennant lives. So I'm sure if they both partake in a local competition, they're probably crossing
60.
paths with one another.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised. The amount of darts that goes on right now domestically here in the UK, it's kind of frightening.
108.
And watch out for that from Dennant because that is part of his weaponry. He can hit a lot of maxes.
60.
Well, his second visit upon his return here is a maximum. And actually, if you break down the numbers, he is a step above everybody else in this group.
57.
If you look at the numbers of the players that dropped out of Group A, as we said, they've all averaged underneath 80. Their doubling is all underneath 30%. Matthew Dennant's last 12 months stats, so effectively this is the last year he was on tour. For the season, he averaged 90.69 and had a checkout percentage of 37.61%.
60.
But sometimes those statistics can be inflated by playing better players. So it will be interesting to see what kind of numbers he can float in 2026 against this level of competition. If he can maintain a 90 average, he's going to do a lot of good.
And there has been evidence here in the past that he can
53.
ascertain those levels. In fact, he can go higher than those levels.
I've said it for years. He's got a personal best of 119. He has a
99.
better personal best
Matt, you require 93.
than Gedwin Price. Double 9.
75.
Early chance for Lauby.
Danny, you require 82.
This was a little bit better yesterday. He was getting more chances.
42.
But the last couple of days,
Matt, you
Henry,
require
his double
18.
top shooting has not been good. Predominantly, he's been very low on it. I think that was an
Clean shot
overcorrection.
on the first
And he has
leg.
paid the penalty
Matt
for the
Dennant.
miss.
So Dennant going 1-0 to the good. In terms of
Second leg,
the
it's
reason
Danny
why a
to
lot of
throw
darts are
first.
dropping on. Now, we
Game
know
on.
with Danny's action, it's a rather loose one to begin with, which means that everything's got to be accurate. Otherwise, it just skews wide of the mark,
85.
doesn't it?
Yeah, it's two reasons. One, his darts fly side to side in the air. That's why they land the way they do. And also, it's a
43.
very pushy motion. It's not a thrust. It's not an easy throw like you would get from Joe Murnan.
45.
It's an upward push. If you get that timing wrong, that dart's going to be low. Look at Matt. Look at the way the darts
83.
travel freely through the air. He's got a bit more ballistic integrity, whereas the twisting of the dart to the left for Lauby and this
59.
minimal drawback, it results in a lot of forward thrust, like a push, and it engages the left shoulder.
100.
When his timing is on, he's irresistible, but when it's slightly off, it can be somewhere between
45.
70 and 75 as an average in a game. And he's so much better than that.
And I think the reason why Danny maybe didn't quite adapt to
97.
tour life as much as possible, and Chris Mason speaks about it oh so often in terms of performance, it's that range. We know that he's got something in excess of 110, but we also know he's got something to the depths of 70 in there. We've seen that
100.
at certain points this week. If he can minimise that range a little bit more, he'll be a bit more consistent. By being a bit more consistent, he's going to cause more damage.
95. Danny, you require 167.
Down for the 17s, or
97.
I was going to say or,
Matt, you require
because
83.
a lot of unpredictable finishes have been planted this week. This is a bit more textbook.
Game shot.
That's
on
exactly
the
what you're
second
looking
leg.
for. Beautiful
Matt
from
Dennant.
Matty.
He's just doing what we're expecting Matt Dennant to do.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game
It's steady, if not spectacular, but it's been more than enough up to press.
It was the 19th of December
on. 123.
when he made his World Championship debut. He played against Kevin Dutz. He took the first set. At that point, you're thinking, dreams do come true.
139.
And I just wonder. He did lose that game eventually by 3-1. Kevin Dutz made the last 16. He played really well.
140.
We all know that Matt was very emotional when he was on the stage because he had his entire family with him watching that debut. It was such a great family moment. But now that he's made a World Championship,
60.
what's next? Some people struggle once they've achieved their dream to find another one.
44.
It's that case of what happens once you've climbed the mountain.
Well, you know what they say about Everest? It's actually harder to get down. So don't take your eye off the ball.
58.
But what's next? It's easy for a dart player to come here and say, right, I want to win here as well.
140.
But mentally, that's very
Matt,
difficult.
you require 120.
So for free zip. Now, because his darts stand up, he may not get a lot of room on this tops. And he almost nestled away through.
Danny,
So
you require
Lauby with
78.
an opportunity to break back and to return the game to throw. If he can find double top.
58. Matt, you
Again,
require
that problem
20.
with that dart at that target dropping low.
Can't be low here.
15. Danny,
I
you
feel like I put the
require
hex on
20.
in there.
Game shot.
Well,
on the
Lauby's
third
double
leg.
top shooting hasn't
Danny
been good, but
Lauby.
his double tens over the last couple of days have been really, really good.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Predominantly when you leave double 10, though, it's because you've already missed something.
100.
So Lauby reduces the gap back down to 2-1. Well, I was having a chat with Matt earlier on this morning, and he said,
125.
it's nice to be back here. I love it here at the Super Series. But it's a bit of a double-edged sword. As nice as it is to be back here, I don't really want to be here because I want to be
43.
applying my trade on tour. Which is a rather philosophical way of looking at it.
108.
Plays like this, then he may well be doing some damage whilst he is here in Portsmouth. Second max of the match, average in excess of 90. In fact, he's
100.
playing close to his numbers for the last 12 months so far. Average of 90.15 in comparison to 90.69 average over the last 12 months.
Yeah, look on the
60.
bright side, Matt. At least you got this place to come to. I think he knows better than most because he played at the previous studio during COVID. He was
Matt, you
eligible to
require
do that.
136.
He knows how powerful this place can be.
Now, actually, this is a different time slot for Matt because
60.
you'll know as good as I that when he was playing here previously, he used to just be on the roster for Group B, series in, series out, because that was basically what his work
58.
commitments allowed him to
Matt,
do.
you require 76.
And that just became his slate, a bit like Paul Hogan. As he looks at tops for the break and 3-1, just underneath, Lauby for
Danny, you require
2-2.
That could have been a dart to win
115.
this match 4-0. Could be reeled in.
95.
Double top eludes
Matt, you
him once
require
again.
20. Game
Double
shot
10 does
on the
not
fourth
elude
leg.
Matt.
Matt Dennant.
He takes a very worthwhile 3-1 lead. Well, Matt did play on the Challenge Tour post-Q
Fifth leg
school.
is Matt to throw first.
Best
Game
result
on.
of the 5 events. A last 16. Took out Rob Grundy, Danny Janssen, Dan Hans. Some good players in there. However, he would lose in the first round of the final 3 tournaments. So he left the Challenge
41.
Tour feeling a little bit subpar.
Well, you mentioned that game against Robert Grundy. He averaged 103.5 in that game. In the last 32 of Event
96.
2. We've already seen Rob Grundy in this series. In fact, if you want the record for highest average on the Challenge Tour this year, it actually
140.
belongs to a certain Nathan Potter, 111.37.
Yeah, pretty similar to the performance that Chris Dobie put in yesterday.
59.
111.33. But that didn't make headlines yesterday because Bo Greaves stole the show, didn't she?
45.
Yeah, Bo Greaves with the second female 9-darter
140.
in front of the camera. Scores the first coming here when Van Sherrick did so against Adam Lipscomb. The common denominator, Chris Mason, was on the call for them both.
59. Matt, you
Well,
require
this
106.
to bring this game to a close. 106 for Matt Dennant. Job 17, unable to get, but he has got the luxury of time
46.
to wrap this up.
$60. Matt, you require 60.
So, to get the job done and to complete what has been a commanding display. Double top foul just about sneaks into the bottom corner. It is in.
Game
Nick
shot.
Kroll's just
And the
wanted to
match.
make sure it
Matt
was.
Dennant.
And there is the confirmation. Matthew Dennant gets the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1. Well, a pause for dramatic effect, I suppose. But for Matthew Dennant, who hasn't been here for a couple of years, he is slotted back in like he's never been away. A 4-1 win over Danny Lauby. Next up for us, Adam Winspear takes on Andy Davidson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're live here on Pluto TV on this Thursday afternoon. And before the break, we saw Matthew Dennant mark his return to the live lounge with a 4-1 win over Danny Lauby. Next up for us, Adam Winspear and Andy Davidson going head-to-head. A meeting between a man from the northeast and a man from Scotland. Davidson making his return here to the live lounge after a prolonged absence here up against Adam Winspear, the 31-year-old from Thirsk, throwing with a 24-gram Luke Humphreys dart, making his second appearance. Played in Group C in the previous series, didn't make it through. Up against a 30-year-old Andy Davidson from Edinburgh in Scotland, a winner on his debut. That coming all the way back in Series 7, Week 11, and is looking to rekindle those sorts of glories here over the course of the next couple of days. I think for Andy, it's a case of him just getting going again, getting back on the horse. Now, you'll see an interview with him in the next few days on the YouTube channel and across
First leg, it's
Pluto
Adam to throw
TV,
first.
where
Game on.
we conducted it earlier on this afternoon, and he spoke so openly, so candidly about what's been happening over the course of the last 12 months or so. And as I say, it'll be available in full to view in due course. But it's been a long road for Andy to get back just to a point where he can even play, let alone be on a stage like this.
Yeah, don't take the sport of darts for granted. In fact, one of the things that we took from the interview with Andy was don't take anything for granted.
100.
I think we shouldn't really believe that Andy is the same player as he was when he won his first weekly title a few series ago. At that point, you're thinking, this guy's got the world at his feet.
100.
He's gone out to win a very big WDF event since then.
100.
But I think he looks at darts very differently now. Some people wake up in the morning and it is genuine life and death. It's serious business, but it's not life and death.
Andy, you require 170.
And sometimes perspective can mean absolutely everything. And sometimes perspective takes that pressure off your shoulders, because you know that
Adam, you require
in life and the challenge that he's been through, there's far more important things in play than a game of darts. Winspear looking at 8-8 for a potential 5-visit leg to kick off his second campaign here.
60.
A bit of a pause before dart 3, and it's given Davidson the chance here to break the throw. He's going to have a look at 16. And finds the 16. That's a 14 darter. Davidson 1 up.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Adam's from Thirsk, or as they say up there, Thirsk.
95.
Know that dialect very, very well. Know quite a few people who have been from around that area. If you've ever driven from Leeds to Newcastle in the north of England,
60.
you'll pass a lot of signs that say Thirsk. It's somewhere between North Yorkshire and Cleveland.
43.
Well, that first dart there for Davidson, that clung on, didn't it? You can see the indent it made on that Y. In fact, the fact it hit so close was the reason why it stayed in the board. But in terms of his campaign in Group A, averages 79.07 over the course of his 15 games, 38 hits from 142 attempts at doubles, so 26%, just over a quarter. 7 180s, 4-ton plus checkouts, including a 137. So there's something there. It just needs to be refined a bit more.
Yes, very much so.
70.
He's like a big lump of clay at the minute. It just needs to be moulded. And it's not going to be done
85.
overnight. This is going to take time. Sometimes you've got to take a very large step back to realise, one,
82.
how good it actually was when you won. And it's a reminder of the hard work that's needed to be the player that you want to be.
100.
Well, at the minute, it's becoming apparent that this could well be a game of one-way traffic. Adam Winspear is not playing poorly, not by the furthest stretch of the imagination, but Andy Davidson has seemingly found the second wind at the beginning of this group. Seeing he's got a chance here to go 2-0 up, having got the break in leg 1, 7-7.
74. Adam, you require 92.
Andy plays so fast, sometimes you get dizzy watching him. He should come with a health warning.
Game
That is a
shot
beautiful
on the
two-dot
second leg.
checkout from Winnie.
Adam Winspear.
It's not the worst nickname in the world, but it's not the best. At least it's got the word win
Third
in
leg,
it.
it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
One thing's for sure about Adam, you wouldn't want to run into him at speed, would you? He looks like a fairly solid unit.
Without speaking to him more than
41.
just saying hello and shaking his hand, it wouldn't surprise if once upon a time he may have played rugby or some kind of sport like that.
Yeah, he looks like the kind of guy who's
100.
going to say, "You're not getting in here, mate."
And you just bow your head, you turn around, and you head for home.
Absolutely. But
22.
he's using a Luke Humphreys dart, and he's getting them to land very similarly to that of the former world champion.
91.
He, like some others, he's using the all-in-one system now. Stem and flight are attached, and they're a very catching shade of green.
100.
Almost jade. He seems to have a bit of a liking for the colour green.
41.
Yeah, he's come today dressed as if he's about to play for Plymouth Argyle.
$85. $40.
Now, this game's just taken a little bit of a break from the quality as these guys settle into their first game of this campaign. I wonder how Andy's feeling. You consider these played
97.
3 days already. Even when you're fully fit
80.
and you're fully on
Adam,
it
you
with your
require
darts, 3 days of action can be
156.
tiring. I hope he's got enough left for the next couple of days.
Well, the 156 isn't going to go for Winspear, but having trailed 1-0, he's put himself in a really good position here to
85. Andy, you
lead the
require
match for the first time, unless
149.
Davidson has an act of divine inspiration. Double 16. Just low for the 149. You
131.
can tell that last dart was just pushed
Adam,
a
you
bit
require
low.
71.
Oh, there's a warning for Adam. Get rid of this, otherwise you are going to be behind once again.
Game
That's a
shot
great
on the
kill.
third leg. Adam
2-darter
Winspear.
followed by a 3-darter to take a 2-1 lead.
Tell you what, this has been a good contest so far.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Nip and
Game
tuck,
on.
competitive. Unlike the first couple of games, which were railroading victories for Joe Murnan and Matt
90.
Dennant, respectively. In fact, if Adam Winspear wins this game, it means that the 3 players that had come into this Group C fresh would have beaten the 3 players that had come out of Group A into this group.
81.
Isn't it funny how his nickname, they went with Winnie instead of Speary? Do you know how
60.
it works with nicknames? Somebody calls you something, then all of a sudden everybody does. Years back, literally nobody called me Nico. And one day, Colin Osborne
50.
called me that name, and it just stuck with everyone. So it's all your fault, Colin.
That was mainly because the other
85.
name we used to call you, we can't put on air.
But nicknames are a good way to get to know someone, isn't it?
83.
If someone's got a peculiar nickname, you want to know the story. But unfortunately, with Winnie, it's pretty self-explanatory. Unless he's a very big fan
31.
of the bear.
Let's hope he doesn't play like said bear this week.
I'm sure he hasn't heard that
43.
before.
Some people put their nicknames on their coffee cup.
125.
Anyway, Davidson leaving 110 to level this game up at 2-2. A game of swings and roundabouts so far. Davidson led 1-0, trailed 2-1. And now looking to bring us back on terms here. It's the double 16 for the 149 in the previous leg.
Game
But he
shot
finds the
on the
double
fourth
19 for the
leg.
110 in
Andy
this. And that the
Davidson.
first ton topper of the afternoon. And we're back on level terms at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, ton plus checkouts. That's his 5th of the week. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Having said that, Ron Muhlenkamp had 8
96.
in 3 days. That is extremely solid.
Played very well, Ron Murnan in
60.
that Group A. I know he won that qualifier at Riley's for the UK Open, but in respect of that, we weren't quite sure what sort of form guide he was in terms of numbers, in terms of levels of performance. Well, if he plays like he did at times in Group A, gets the right draw at the UK Open, he could cause a bit of damage.
All I'm going to say about Meulenkamp from the last 3 days is one... Actually, there's 2 statistics that really tell you what he was doing. He had double digits maximums every day. Every day. No fail. At least 10. And his average range daily
125
from best to worst was 2. 91 to 89. That can do a lot of damage here. That's why he's in Saturday.
78.
And teases us with the tantalising prospect of the Whitlocks going head-to-head with one another. That's on 10 o'clock tonight. In fact, they play in game 9 of the evening.
Adam,
so
144.
some late-night darts featuring the father and son combo as Winspear looks at the 144 to apply to the 110. Double 12. Wide of the mark. And importantly, it gives Davidson free in hand at 36 for the break, and if he gets it, 36. He is throwing for the match.
2 massive checkouts missed on the double now. 149 missed by Davidson. And that big 144 missed by Adam. Oh. It was a marker.
Game
He
shot.
didn't need one
on the
for double
5th
9.
leg. Andy Davidson.
3-2 in front, having trailed 2-1, and now has the darts in his hand to win this match.
Game on. $50.
Where do we even start describing the throw of Davidson? We actually did a break of throw with Andy's throw right at the start of the series. It's one of the most difficult ones to break down.
95.
Because it's so intricate and it's so quick.
I remember we did a piece with Mace when he made his debut here. And I remember because me and Mace were doing that week together. And on the first day, he said, we need B-roll of this guy because it is so intricate and so unique.
60.
The elbow is lateral. It moves to the outside and it moves forward.
100.
A lot of throws, the elbow stays in the right position and it elevates as you throw. A bit like what you see here from Adam. But trying to figure out Andy Davidson's throw, well, it's like trying to read the Bible in Klingon.
42.
Well, door jar here for Winspear. That score 42 is giving him an opportunity to try and break back and take us all the way to a last leg decider, in which he would have the darts in.
100.
Solid ton leads him on a finish, but Davidson can leave it more handy.
90.
That's a very
Adam,
effective switch.
151.
It gets him to a range that only needs 1 treble and a double.
And he's going to get a look at the 1-2-4 to wrap it up 4-2.
55.
It's been a decent display this,
And
much
you
better than
require
what we've seen for large
124.
sways of the week. However, that's becoming a bit of a nuisance. That's straight to the treble 5.
92. Adam, you require
Survival
96.
time once again. This 3-darter he cannot get.
72.
So Davidson could get
Andy,
off to a
you
really
require
hot start.
32.
Double 16. And now double 8. Chasing around, but
Game,
eventually finding
shot,
fours
and
to
the
win
match.
4-2.
Andy
And that was a
Davidson.
really good performance to start for Andy Davidson. The 110 was the real turning point to square the game up at 2 apiece, and Winspear could have gone 3-1 in front. A warm embrace between Andy Davidson and the referee Nick Rolls. At the tail of the tape from that one. Davidson running out a 4-2 winner. Coming up next, George Monios takes on Matt Dennant. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Modus Super Series action on this Thursday afternoon. And before the break, Andy Davidson got the better of Adam Winspear by 4 legs to 2. Match number 4, a meeting between Matt Dennant and George Monios for the man from Greece. He's looking to not just get his first win of the day, he's looking to get his first leg of the day. Missed 12 darts at a double en route to a 4-0 defeat against Joe Murnan. And Tom Mays, the man in the middle for the next few games. As for Matt Dennant, he got off to a really positive start. Average of just over 86, 4 from 11 in terms of his doubling in a 4-1 success against the American Danny Lauby. We said before dart was thrown, Nico, that Matt Dennant will probably end up being the player to beat. Has the early exchanges proved that in your mind?
Yeah, absolutely. Best average of the first round. Only person to hit a maximum so far, and he got 2.
100.
Would you like some more evidence?
I rest my case, Your Honour.
Yeah, I'm going to rest mine too, because you don't need any more evidence than that.
100.
Based on 1 round of fixtures alone, he was the best. Now we go to another round of play, and let's see how this format can trip him up, potentially.
60.
But when you've got someone who's had the best average and the best victory of round 1 against the person who didn't even get a leg and had the lowest average of round 1,
140.
you kind of think this could be tough on George.
However, he is hoping, George Munoz, it's a case of Arsenal against Wolves, where the player at the top may succumb to the player at the bottom.
45.
I see your point. And I was drawn to the red flights, which look alarmingly similar to the Arsenal red.
140.
But to you, Henry, do they look a little bit dishevelled? Because they have all week.
Yeah, those flights look like they've had a fight with a wasp.
80. Matt, you require 121.
Yeah, it looks like the wasp one. Oh, it's a beautiful dart. He looks
81.
sharp. He looks in good nick. And when it's been 6, 7 weeks since the start of Q School, you just wonder what kind of nick
Matt,
someone's
you require
in.
40.
I look at Dennant today and he looks all right. That had to go in, didn't it?
Leg, Matt Dennant.
Beautiful markers laid out. 3-dart kill on 40, and he takes a 1-0 lead, not by any surprise.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Purposeful. That's what it's been so far for Matthew Dennant. And he is the type of player that you know that he'll do all the basics right. If things don't work out, it's because of circumstances, i.e. he may not have been good enough on the day or someone's played better. It's not because of anything that he's done in terms of preparation that has left him undercooked.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Let's talk about local darts for a second, because the ADC, they have an incredible domestic scene now where they're all over social media putting pictures out
96.
of players who are winning vault events. And this is even happening internationally now. I looked at social media this morning, wins all over the place. People that you've never seen before, but people you haven't seen for 20 years. I mean, even Steve Coote from social media winning in the northwest of England. Steve Coote used to play for England.
140.
This is really, really good. But if you were going to start a darts team in the West Midlands and you had your pick of 5 other players, I'm not saying this just because he's here, but the first person I would think of, I want Matt Dennant in my team.
And I think sometimes the best praise you can have is from your peers. And
96.
when you speak to other players about Matt Dennant, they all say the same thing: quality operator. And he is showing all of those qualities here. Got the break in the first leg, and now looking at 110 to double his lead.
40. Matt,
Where's he going to go on this?
110.
Because everybody this week seems to be going 19s. But you said it. What does he do? He does the basics well.
45. George, you require
He doesn't
136.
overcomplicate things.
He's going to get a look at the 65 because Monios dropped low with dart 1, and that's been his miss, hasn't it, this week?
58.
Darts dropping low at the time, mainly because the darts float in the air.
Well, that makes things a bit awkward, doesn't it, Matt? Even if you get the 12, you can't see the bull. So he might go for the treble. Ooh, he nearly squeezes it
40.
in. That would have been Best start of the
Georgia
day so
requires
far.
78.
Sid Waddell would have called that the Isaac Newton shot. As Monios looks at 2 12s to level up. Outside,
66.
inside, and Dennant's
Matt, you
going to get a
require
couple more
25.
to open up a couple of legs lead.
Game. Shot on
Doing the
second
basics
leg,
well
Matt
and doing it
Dennant.
perfectly. That odd number
Third leg, it's George to throw first.
is the most
Game
common
on.
odd number checkout of the lot at this level. Think about some of the odd numbers you can leave.
60.
25 is the one that's left the most. You might leave 5, you might leave 9, but 25 has left the most.
And again, that's all down to patterns because by and
54.
large, if you're on the back of a combo or something like that, you're going to leave a dart at the pull. And by and large, you're going to stray wide of that target and leave that same combo.
60.
And it is a game all about patterns, all about breakdowns.
Do you remember when Tyler Thorpe was here last year?
140.
We knew he came with reputation. We weren't really prepared for what he was going to do on the first day he was here. He lost 1 leg all day on
60.
Thursday. He lost 6 legs in the entire group. If people aren't careful, if they get the proper version of Matty Dennant,
59.
that same kind of stuff can happen again.
And you won't meet many a more intelligent dart player than Tyler Thorpe.
That's true.
60.
Studied astrophysics at university. Didn't complete the course, but the way he was speaking about the game, I think we did his group together, didn't we? And it was just the way he was
99.
talking about things and he was breaking things down. And we've spoken to a lot of players and we've dealt with a lot of things in this sport, but even we had a look at each other and said, this kid's a smart cookie.
Oh, absolutely.
85. Matt, you require 149.
He's got time once again. .77 scored.
93.
And again, he's not overcomplicated it. He's just gone for what is right at the time.
And so 56 for the double break. And he then have the
81. Matt, you
darts
require
to
56.
complete another comprehensive win, double top.
Game.
This
Shot on
is
the
really
third leg,
good, really
Matt
solid
Dennant.
so far from the scholar who is teaching everybody in this group see a lesson so far.
Fourth
3-0
leg is
to the
Matt to throw
goods,
first.
averaging 86
Game
and
on.
change, 50% on the doubles. That is just more than good enough so far. And this is the thing, if he gets pushed, you get the sense there's levels in that locker to go up with if he has to find them.
There are definitely other levels. We've seen them from him over the last 10 years or so.
100.
Doesn't even look that old. But he could be one of the candidates for the Andy Bolton Award this year, which is he's going to get a lot of
59.
airtime, and he could come back here and get loads of success.
So who was the recipient of the Andy Bolton Award last year then?
It wasn't Andy Bolton. He was on the tour.
85.
Well, you've got to say Derek.
100.
Derek Coulson's back in Champions Week again. We're going to have to rename it the Derek Coulson Award.
$52.
The reason I call it the Andy Bolton Award is because I once bumped into him in an airport. And I said, Andy, when was the last time you were home? And he said, I can't remember.
99.
Because at this level, he was playing more darts than he was on the Pro Tour.
It's his birthday yesterday, in fact. Celebrating it in the sunny climes of Leicester.
100.
Matthew
Matt,
Dennant
you
looking to
require
climb to the top of the
158.
group. He's got plenty of time here. Probably 6 for 158, unless Monios can find something out the top draw.
98. Georgia require 164.
He's only had 2 darts at double. They were both at double 12. And that might remain the case. Dennant's only problem with this
60.
shot
Matt, you require
is that he's
60.
about to block tops.
But he's got plenty of space on the left-hand
Game
side
shot
and finds
the
it.
match, Matt Dennant.
And that is a 4-0 win for Matt Dennant on top of a 4-1 success to kick off his campaign. 8 legs won, 1 dropped. Matt Dennant is very much back here at the Live Lounge. And that was a really solid display. That's pretty much mean for the course here at the Super Series. An average of 87, good doubling. Dennant is going to take some beating. Welcome back to the Modus Super Seeds. Before the break, Matt Dennant made it 2 wins out of 2, courtesy of a 4-0 success over George Monios. Match number 5, a meeting between Andy Davidson and Joe Murnan. Midnight Murnan, well, kicked things off at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and he kicked things off a 4-0 win over George Monios. As for Andy Davidson, he also got off to a winning start. Looked impressive at times in a 4-2 success over Adam Winspear. Had a 110 checkout. The only ton topper we've seen so far
First
in
leg,
this
it's
session.
Andy to throw first. Game
And
on.
despite the fact Joe Murnan won by a more convincing scoreline, is it fair to say that
80.
if we're going based off the first game's evidence, he's going to have to up it a little bit to get close to Andy Davidson?
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. But now that he's got that first game in the bank,
123.
he might feel a little bit more at ease coming into this game with Andy. I don't care how much experience you've got. Your first game of any campaign is difficult. You could be a 10-time world champion, and then your first game on a Thursday or Friday night, you just feel a little bit unsure. You just need that settler Whether it's your first double, your first maximum,
140.
you just need something to make you feel like you belong in the day.
Well, we've quite literally had a 10-time world champion tell us that in the commentary box in Trina Gulliver.
140.
Although it does feel like Murnan is rather settled. He's on a 3-figure out after 9.
100. Joe, you require 157.
But what's interesting is kind of the contrast of styles between the pair. Murnan, so laissez-faire in his throw, his action, his whole demeanour.
71.
Well,
Andy, you require 81.
in comparison, Andy Davidson looks like a bull full of energy. Goes double-double and finds the tops after finding the double 19.
Here he goes again. He does everything quick.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw
His
first.
nickname should be Fast
Game on.
Forward. Because he does everything quickly. Walking, retrieving, hitting, drinking water.
60.
Either that or his nickname should be Lightning McQueen.
55.
Speed. I am Speed.
You love that movie, don't you?
83.
Absolutely. If I've got one more film to watch left in my life, it will be that.
Really?
Yes.
125.
It's not the worst choice. Would Joe's be Midnight Cowboy? You've never heard of that film, have you?
99.
No.
Well, Kirk Bevins would be Train Spotting.
What would be your last film if you're on death row and
83.
you're allowed to watch one more movie in your life?
Oh, Shawshank Redemption.
Which would be ironic if you're on death row.
Even more ironic if it was Green Mile.
80.
Yeah, we don't have a Green Mile here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but we do have an
60.
exit door for the people who finish in the bottom 4 of Group C. And that will be by the end of tomorrow afternoon.
99.
Well, leaves himself on 80. Should get a dart at tops when he comes back to square this game up at
42. Joe, you
one
require
apiece.
80.
Well, Simon Whitlock on this shot has been going 2 tops this week. But why do
Game
that
shot
when
on
you
the
can do
second
that?
leg, Joe Murnan.
Well, Joe Murnan's far too conventional for things like that, and he level things up at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Andy by trade is a
Game on.
postie. Could you imagine how quickly he must deliver the mail around his village?
Like watching Benny
46.
Hill. There's quite a few people who have worked for the Postal Service
100.
in this sport. Dieter Hedman, Raymond van Barneveld, Joe Cullen.
100.
Well, I suppose there's something about the actual trade in terms of the hours, the social life about it, because you are up at the crack of dawn, which actually means you've got the whole of the day to go and play.
Absolutely right.
85.
And they always wear shorts, irrespective of the weather.
Yeah, I never really got that.
60.
Apparently, it's a one-upmanship thing, where basically, how cold can you be while still wearing shorts? I don't understand it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being a bit chilly now and again.
100.
It's really good for the bloodstream, apparently.
That's why things like cold water dipping is good. I know Stephen Johnson, Scottish player who plays here, does that a lot to try and keep his
99.
body going throughout the course of a week here in Portsmouth.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. That's what we need on a Saturday night. We need the registered, sponsored, at the back of the
43.
room, Super Series Cold Plunge.
I think I'd rather have a cold pint of Guinness.
140.
That's post-show. Davidson's still working on taking this 2-1 lead.
133. Andy, you require
And there's pressure on this.
56.
Two at tops.
46.
Either that or tens could be found. So
Joe,
Joe
you require
Murnan looking
40.
at double top to go 2-1 to the good and to get the break of throw that he needs
Aim shot on
to
the
win
third
this
leg.
contest.
Joe
It's been
Murnan.
accrued, and from 1-0 down, Murnan's 2-1 up.
And he's playing some proper
Fourth leg,
darts
it's
here.
Joe to
He's
throw
2 from 2 on the
first.
doubles.
Game on.
And this is well north of 90. It's one of my favourite phrases in this sport is you don't
81.
become a bad dart player overnight. Even when your nickname is Midnight. Oh, it used to be anyway.
85.
He's had a numerous amount of nicknames, and now he's the man with no nickname, which is rather ironic.
45.
That's right, Davidson. He's just Andy. He's a very, very simple guy. Very easy to get along with. And he's just somebody that lets the darts do the talking.
Yeah, you can just imagine having a conversation with Andy. What's your darts nickname, Andy? It's Andy.
140.
Some people don't want a nickname. And for some people, it's a prerequisite. They need a walk-on song. They need a shirt. They need the fancy shoes. They need their own darts. But some people just want to play darts.
And some people rock up to the Wall Civic Hall with a shirt, tie and waistcoat.
58. Andy, you require 139.
Didn't wear a waistcoat at Wolverhampton.
99.
Did wear a tie and some shockers as well.
I think the all pink number might be the...
Oh, that was dreadful.
What were you thinking?
I don't know.
81. Andy, you require 40.
Anyway, Tots of Davidson to square the contest up at 2 apiece. That's a
Andy
13 dart
Davidson.
break back for the Scot.
There's about a quarter point between their averages right now. This is the
Fifth
best
leg
game
is
we've had
Andy
so
to
far
throw
today.
first. Game on.
It's fast, it's effective, and it's in the balance.
81.
It might well be one of those contests where having the throw could be oh so important. 'Cause you just feel like these two are
95.
going to be tit for tat the whole way through.
40.
We don't mind having a group rivalry. We know we're going to get that later between Mason and Simon Whitlock. Who's going to be the rivalry in this group then? It could be
11.
these two.
Well, I'm sure Matt Dennant will have one or two words to say about that.
Yeah, he might not be the rival to anybody, but
60.
he might be the yardstick. He definitely is so far.
Yeah, I would like to wish all the very best of luck to our
85.
players Marshal Pazzo tonight, who has to try and make sure both Mason and Simon are in check. I'm sure
60.
they'll both be greeted with a smile from his face.
I don't think it's necessarily the Whitlocks that you got to keep in check. I think it's really interesting for the other people in the group to witness it.
43.
Okay, so if you're a player and you're in that practice room, take out the fact that you know Simon and Mason quite well. Would you feel not awkward, but how would you feel the
65.
dynamic would be? Because you've got them two in there. Would you almost feel like an after-hanger, so to speak?
You might feel like a bit of a spare part to what is seen as the main event,
43.
which will be Game 9 tonight. But one thing's for sure, if you're Scott Taylor or Rhys Robinson
95.
or Alex Small, the attention's not on you tonight, it's on them.
60.
Davidson
Andy,
could
you
take the
require
lead here.
100.
With a two-darter. He may still take the
60.
lead.
Joe, you require 164.
But he's going to need something out the top drawer. And the 164 is not going to be that. So Davidson back for double top to go one away.
128. Andy,
He's
you
going to need
require
to find
40.
it because that setup's left Murnan on a double. One left at fives and finds it
Game
just
shot of the
about
fifth
sneaks
leg.
into
Andy
the top
Davidson.
left-hand corner. Davidson leads 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Joe to
Just
throw
when
first.
Murnan probably
Game
thought
on.
he was coming back for the break.
97.
This group has two people who have won a weekly title.
96.
One of them is Andy Davidson. The other one is Matty Dennant. But don't forget, this guy has been to a weekly final, so he
100.
has played all the way to the last game. That has got to count for something.
95.
But there's only one person in this group who has won a PDC title, and that is Joe. It was more than 10 years ago now.
96.
And by his own admission, he doesn't play as much as he used to. So today's probably a barometer to try and get himself going,
94.
keep himself in play. And then tomorrow he really can attack things. And he's got 6 on this 208 to take us all the way to a last leg decider in this one. If he could pick up 6 points today,
44.
he'll happily take that and run. And then he'll really build going into tomorrow's proceedings.
6 points either day.
69.
Or should I say 6
Joe,
points
you
both
require
days?
164.
Might be good enough. 12 points was good enough for second spot the last time he was in Group C. And he nearly clicks the 164.
Andy, you require 147.
That was a brilliant attempt by Joe.
There was an irony that Davidson needed a 147 for a big break.
45. Joe, you require 25.
To take us all the way. He's missed the big number. And so, recovering on double 6 is not a task he's up
13.
to.
Andy, you require 102.
That was all because of the first start. And that is the one you do not want.
70.
He's done all he
Joe, you
can
require 12.
after that first start missed. And he's
Gage
taken all the
on
way.
sixth leg. Joe Murnan.
First time we are having a leg 7 in a match today.
7th and deciding leg. It's Andy to throw
Well, we said a
first.
few legs ago how
Game on.
important will having the darts be in this contest. It's Andy Davidson who has that honour.
83.
The winner of this one will join Matthew Dennant on 4 points in the group. Bit of a meeting between
41.
two pointless players so far in Danny Lauby and Adam Winspear in the next game. And is that the move for Davidson in this last leg decider?
That's only the third maximum of the day. That's Andy's first.
100.
The only other 2 came from Matty Dennant in game 2. 180s are barren today. Which makes that
90.
shot even more impressive, in fact.
Well, how many times do we talk about timing in this sport? Davidson saving what feels like his best leg for the
140,
very
and you
last.
require
And he's got 6 here for 148 to wrap it up 4-3. But that's something he's going to have to sort out. Too many darts are going
94.
wild and wide to the left in that treble 5. It's okay for now, but it could cause him problems further down the line.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as critical when he's picking up that one big treble visit
100.
anyway.
Andy, you require 50.
Courtesy of the wild dart.
So double top, 2 10s, wraps it
Game
up,
shot, and
and
the
that is
match,
2 wins
Andy
out of 2
Davidson.
for Andy Davidson and 2 decent displays. He averaged 85.79 in his opener. He's averaged 84.64 there. The doubling is really good as well. It feels like a changing group is providing Andy Davidson with a change in fortunes. He's beaten Joe Murnan by 4 legs to 3. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where before the break we saw Andy Davidson get the better of Joe Murnan by 4 legs to 3. Game 6, a meeting between Danny Lauby and Adam Winspear. Both players looking to get their first wins on the board. Winspear lost out 4-2 to Andy Davidson in his opening game, whilst Danny lost out 4-1 to Matthew Dennant. So the loser of this game will join George Monios without a win in 2 matches in this group, and with work to do going into the second half of the session. The winner of
First leg, it's Danny
this game will give themselves a bit more of a foothold in this group. For Danny Lauby, at some point, Nico, he's going to have to try and stop the rot.
60.
Yeah, the walls are closing in a little bit now. You have a little bit of freedom in Group A, don't you? Because you know that the second chance is nigh. However, by this time tomorrow,
40.
if he's not sitting on 8 points, I think he's in trouble.
140.
I say 8 because with 6 rounds completed, you can have 12 points. Don't get me wrong. He's already lost 1 game.
140.
If he loses another, he's going to have to win every game for the rest of the day and his first game tomorrow just to be there. Because you know for a fact that somebody is going to be there, if not 2 or 3 people.
Well, steady enough start. 3 tons for the first 3 visits.
85.
And he's going to get a little bit of wiggle room here to get himself on the board. 6 on 201.
139.
He set things up rather nicely, returning for 62.
Are you seeing more people go for bull on that last dart?
And the reason for it is you're more or less guaranteeing a couple of darts at a double as opposed to possibly only 1. And it turns out he needed more than 1.
Adam, you require
Again,
96.
tops, low, and this time left and low.
$35. Danny, you require 35.
2 16s.
$3.
Not to be,
Adam,
so
you
Winspear
require
returning for 61 to
61.
get the break. Lauby spurning opportunities. Tops it is.
Game
And
shot on the
tops it is
first
for a
leg.
break.
Adam Winspear. Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. $100. $100.
Oh, this is not the way you want to start the second leg, especially
17.
when you've pretty much stolen the first leg away.
180. $140. $100.
How does Lauby really steady the ship here? The answer is, get yourself on level terms. And with this 1-2-1, you don't necessarily have to take it out.
Danny, you require 121.
You just got to leave yourself well placed and then take that out.
Triple 17, unable to get. And so Winspear looking at
57.
144 to
Adam, you
back the
require
break up for the previous leg for
144.
holding this. And to really take command, but that's drifted wide of the mark. Lauby is going to come back.
40. Danny, you require 64.
And even at this early stage, it feels like an opportunity just to keep himself in the contest. Now, he made a choice there. He made a
44.
choice to go for
Adam,
that
you require
tops.
104.
A target that he's not having any joy with.
Oh, this would be ironic. If he can find it.
84.
That would have hurt.
Danny, you require 20.
Let's go back to the best weapon he's got. It doesn't work.
No score.
That was such a tricky shot. I didn't say
Adam, you
anything before
require
that
20.
third dart. I just wanted to see if he could find it. But he's got real problems with the lie of the dart.
Game shot on
As
the
a
second
consequence,
leg. Adam Winspear.
He's 2-0 down.
He's in big trouble. Let's get that right.
Third leg is
But I
Danny
just want to
throw
go back
first.
to that play
Game
on
on.
48. If you're in his shoes and double top is doing absolutely nothing for you, would you be going for the big 16 to change the target and see whether that changes your fortunes?
It's a really good spot, Henry.
100.
And it's a double-edged sword, really. One, yes, sometimes changing the play is wise. That's the 4. The
60.
against is, if you look at the way his darts sit in the board, if he misses double 16 on the outside, he basically blocks the whole thing.
100.
It's as if he's blocked into plan A and plan B is plan A. What you see from the great players, and I'm going to give you some examples here.
85.
Gary Anderson, Adrian Lewis and Phil Taylor. And I'm going to chuck Luke Humphreys in there too. Actually, stick in Littler for good measure.
60.
What can they all do? They can all command tops and 16s. Some great players struggle on one of the
60.
two. What did Littler do in the middle of last year when tops wasn't working? He went to 16s and he made it work.
60.
We didn't know with Taylor and Lewis what their favourite double was because they would constantly flip-flop between the two.
So what you're saying is the best players are sometimes the best problem solvers as well.
85.
Correct.
And Danny Lauby's got one or two problems to solve here. Scoring-wise, hasn't been too bad at all in this contest.
85.
But his doubling has left a lot to be desired.
He's been the better scorer. He's been better than Adam. But look at the leg count. It doesn't lie.
31. Danny, you require 96.
Well, he's not going to get a look this time, and he's going to
56.
return for double top. We'll see whether he's made more fruit with what's been a fruitless double for him this week.
Well, it is the right time of year for things to be
100.
blooming.
Danny, you require 40. Game.
That's
shot on
more
the
like
third
it.
leg. Danny
Now he's in the
Lauby.
game.
Fourth leg is Adam, so throw first.
So back
Game
to
on.
2-1. And this is the leg where the break that Winspear got right at the very beginning of the contest counts for everything now. He's got to cash in that break here
100.
to re-establish the authority in the game.
Make no mistake as well. Adam's going to be putting himself under pressure because he didn't make
43.
Saturday the last time he was here. He will want to do it this time. And he will hang around people in his area of the country who will have been to Saturdays and knowing the sense of humour of people from North Yorkshire and Teesside.
95.
He might have been getting a few text messages saying, "You're going to go make Saturday this time, Adam. Don't come back
58.
unless you've seen the shadow of the medal at least."
As for Danny Lauby, honestly speaking, at the beginning of the week, what did you expect from
43.
him?
The honest answer is I don't know.
85.
I'm not even sure he knew.
Because I do feel as if, coming off tour, there's a little bit of scar tissue there. Because we saw him before he got onto the pro circuit. He was a man
81.
bubbling, brimming with confidence. A man who went deep at the Lakeside. Beat Leonard Gates at Lakeside. Lost to Jelle Klassen in the quarterfinals, I believe.
100.
And yes, he had a good result at the Madison Square Garden against Rob Cross last year. But he just looks like somebody who's just searching for something. And maybe he doesn't even
60.
know what that bit is he's searching for.
So what you're saying is he's in the middle of the desert and he hasn't got a compass.
60. Adam, you require
Not
122.
necessarily a bad thing, actually, because you can go in whatever direction you want.
Single leaves the ball. And that leaves him with 56 remaining.
$98.
That's one way to leave double 12, I
You
guess.
require 155.
So 155 for Lauby. Well, that would have been ironic, wouldn't it? If he was spurning opportunities 10 to the dozen and all of a sudden he found a 155. But this to re-establish a two-leg gap in this contest.
Game shot
That's a
on the
lovely
fourth
dart
leg.
from Winspear.
Adam Winspear.
You think immediately that marker might just be a little
leg, it's
close
Danny
for the
to throw
barrel type he's
first.
got, but he has caressed
Game
it
on.
through. That was a great shot.
$100.
Danny is going to be doing some CDC work this year. It might do him the world of good as well to be around people with similar
140.
accents and a similar culture as well. I'm sure it's been a bit of a culture shock
140.
over the last 2 or 3 years, spending so much time in the United Kingdom. Sometimes you need to go back to where you're from and rekindle your love for the sport from where it came.
140. $86. $45.
Now, Lauby's got 6 here for 175, and he's got to utilise this to the fullest of his extent to reduce the gap back down to 3-2.
53.
And whenever he's trying, it's just not got going for him. He's left himself a 1-2-2 when he comes back. But under what pressure?
82.
Tangible
Danny
pressure.
require
Winspear
122.
has left himself on a 2-darter. So this to save the contest. Treble 18 for the ball. Unable to get. So
54.
Winspear here looking at 94.
Adam, you require 94.
Looks like survival time for Lauby.
Danny, you require 68.
Where does he go? 16s.
Game.
Look what
shot on the
happened
fifth
there.
leg. Danny Lauby.
I'm not even sure he was going for a 16, but take it and run, Danny.
Hate to say I told you
Sixth
so.
leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
But Winspear now throwing for the match. To get himself off the mark on the board in this Group C.
They've had some really good
66.
players from Thirsk in the UK. And when Adam came to the hockey this afternoon and it said he's from
60.
Thirsk, the first person it reminded me of was a guy called Simon Craven. Used to be on the PDC Pro Tour in the earlier days, back when you didn't even need a tour card.
58.
Simon played in 57 Players' Championship events from 2006 all the way through to 2012. His last one being in the Plushy Resort in Benidorm.
$45.
I can imagine that wasn't a quiet occasion, the Players' Championship in
That
Benidorm.
was an eventful weekend. Justin Pipe beat me in the first final, and then the next one after that, I believe Michael Smith won. Yeah, Benidorm was somewhat tarnished for me that weekend because we went over there with a whole host of us on the same flight, and Alex Roy had a very unfortunate incident over there where he was mugged and was robbed of some of his jewellery, which made everybody stay in,
25.
and we said, right, we want to go home now.
Well, we'll send that to the Benidorm Tourist Board, shall we?
What I am saying is the person who mugged Alex Rowe is a very brave person. Alex
140.
is ripped, scaffolder, and strong. But it's life, right? These kind of things happen.
Well, it's just not happening for
44.
Danny Lauby.
Adam, you require 134.
And he looks like a man who is absolutely at one with himself. He's not just playing an opponent. You just get the sense that he's playing himself as well. Winspear with time and space
58.
to get the job done, to get the game won, and to get himself on the board. All Lauby can do is try and find a treble, which he has done there, and try and apply pressure. But now he's straight into the single five. He's left himself with work to do again. He's recovered well with dart 3, but he's just making life
76.
continuously hard work for himself. 16. Well, double 16 leaves double 12.
64. Danny, you require 52.
And by missing that, Lauby's been given a reprieve.
Game shot on
The
the
reprieve he
sixth
takes,
leg.
and all of a
Danny
sudden he's hitting
Lauby.
everything.
Doesn't matter what the double is, he's finding it.
7th and deciding leg. It's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Listen, if this starts to click, who knows? These last 2 doubles could light the fire under him.
45.
And we say it so often with fast, streaky rhythm players. Sometimes it takes just one spark to really bring him into life.
68.
And it might just be a feel thing as well. He might have discovered something in his grip to potentially move forward.
43. $85.
Now this game takes on a little bit more significance, doesn't it? It almost, and this is only round 2, it takes on
100.
almost must-leg win significance. Because we've seen Winspear take the lead, but we've seen Lauby fight back, and they will both feel that they should win it.
180.
Timing is everything. Is that what you said earlier this morning?
And that was time to perfection.
100.
And he's got 6 and 168 to wrap up a 4-3 win. Hasn't been the highest quality affair. However, Winspear has got an opportunity to get his first win of the group.
100.
And he's backed it up as well with a treble visit. So if that was trebleless, this would have been a lot more
60.
difficult.
Adam, you require 68.
Now he will expect to get a match dart.
2 4s. Oh, he's
No
busted.
score.
If Danny Lauby finds
Danny,
this,
you require
it'll
153.
be an Alcatraz type escape. He's unable to get it. And so Winspear's going to have to go back to the start again.
59. Adam, you require 68.
If he gets the 60. If he had got the 60, the double 4 would have been high. 1 dart.
52.
He misses and offers Lauby
Danny, you
one
require
opportunity
94.
to steal this game.
He's already had 1 combo finish in this contest. And he goes bullseye first to give himself the guarantee of the bull. But it's covered. It's obscured. And it was almost found.
69.
That was a really good
Adam, you
try. I
require
thought he was going to go to the
16.
left and try and lob it over the top.
Is that awkward? That
is.
They say is 1.
No score.
And he's found a way of getting even closer without
Danny, you
finding a way
require
through.
25.
And incredibly, somehow, Danny Lauby has got an opportunity to win it, but it's going to have to be double 11. It's double 11 heavens.
14.
No, he's just gone wide of the mark, incredibly.
Adam,
I, like you,
require
thought that might have been in.
16.
Is this one? How on earth is he going to hit that?
Has to be topside. Has to be topside. And he almost did. He
8.
almost did it. Just went inside of the target, and so Lauby
Danny,
returns.
you require 11.
Your second game of a group is not supposed to be this dramatic.
Double 4.
Game shot.
Somehow,
And the match.
Danny Lauby has
Danny
won that
Lauby.
match. Adam Winspear will be wondering how he's lost it. But that might well be the spark for Danny Lauby. He's needed something to go his way this week. That might just be it. He gets the better of Adam Winspear by 4 legs to 3. Next up, George Monios takes on Andy Davidson. Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Bansky, and Dennant steps out for Richie Burnett, does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
To complete a 4-1 success. Third time into the show, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in my life. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell, in a 9-dart shootout, has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And the only need is one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
So live darts every Saturday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you scan that QR code, you can join us here at the Modus Live Lounge. You never know who you're going to bump into here at the Super Series. But in terms of this afternoon, if you're booking tickets for Saturday night, it looks a distinct possibility you're going to be seeing Matt Dennant in action. He's won each of his opening 2, dropping just 1 leg in the process. Before the break, we saw Danny Lauby get the bit of Adam Winspear by 4 legs to 3. This is how the table looks. So Matt Dennant top of the table with Andy Davidson, the other player, having picked up a maximum number of points from his opening 2 games. Joe Murnan and Danny Lauby 1 win, 1 defeat apiece, while Adam Winspear and George Monios both searching for their maiden successes. And so we're going to see the first meeting between 2 players who played in Group A this week, as George Monios and Andy Davidson go toe-to-toe. A meeting between Greece and Scotland in Game 7 of the session. For George, he's still searching for that first leg of the day. He's played 8, lost 8 in that particular department. As for Andy Davidson, I think we kind of know the sort of level he's going to be playing at, or at least the numbers are indicating that anyway. He'll be around the mid-80s range, probably about 85. He's probably going to hit more doubles than he's going to miss. And he's going to cause whoever he plays a fair few problems.
It's George to throw first. Game on.
However, George has beaten him twice this week. But if we're looking at trends, Andy seems to be turning a corner.
140.
Not only did he beat George by 4 legs to 0 yesterday, like Henry's just mentioned, he's playing better than George today. And the trends for George aren't as bright. His daily average Monday was 79.
60.
Then it dipped to 76. Yesterday it went to 73. And that's where he's at today.
60.
Averaging 73 twice. And we know that's not good enough.
Well, there's a lot being done in terms of the infrastructure in Greece. We actually... Me and Trina on Monday got a couple of messages from our Greek friend from the Global Championship, Panagiotis Christos Papis.
And what did he have to say?
That the ADC are doing a lot of work. There's things like vaults that are beginning to spring up in Greece.
140.
It's more centralised to kind of the Athens area, but they're trying to spread it more across the nation.
You've got to start somewhere.
58. George, you require
Think about the ADC here. Started in Aylesbury and Middlesbrough, and now it's everywhere. That's not a disaster.
61.
Neither's that.
And you require
That tidies things up.
143.
Now, is everybody going for treble 18 on 143 now?
87. George,
It's like fashion. It changes all the time. And then usually with fashion, they usually go back to how things started anyway. As Monios looks at tops. And that is his first leg of the day, which means irrespective of what happens from here, George Monios is not going to leave Portsmouth on this Thursday legless.
Game on.
17 darter as well. And it just goes to show that he can do it at this level. If you can have a game that is hovering around that 17 dart level, you're going to be hanging around and doing some good stuff.
100.
Because if you look at the winning averages today for some of the leaders, Dennant, 86 and 87.
100.
A 17 darter is 88 and change.
What do you think the next
60.
step is for places like Greece, places like Cyprus, to become a bit more of a household name within the sport?
100.
Oh, that's a tricky question. They need a figurehead that isn't John Michael. That's no disrespect to John, because he's carried Greece for decades already.
100.
They need somebody else to take the weight. What we've learned from,
85.
let's say, the last 25 years is that you need new young talents to come through to carry the hopes and expectations. We had that with Adrian Lewis in the Phil Taylor era. He definitely helped.
60.
Then Van
And the
Gerwen
Uruguay
came,
120.
and now we've got an extraordinary amount of young talent domestically.
100.
Scotland need more players like Andy Davidson. People of a certain age to bring the nation forward. And look what you've got with Mitchell Lorry.
Half his age.
Exactly.
41. And you require 20.
The new WDF World number 1, Mitchell Lorry, is
Game
double 10. It's
shot
foul
on
for
the second
Davidson to
leg.
level up
Andy
at
Davidson.
1 apiece. Well, this afternoon's tungsten teaser is not a
Third leg, it's
tungsten
George to
teaser.
throw first.
It's
Game
more
on.
general knowledge teaser.
Hit me with your best shot, as said by Pat Benatar.
George Monios is from Athens in Greece. Greece was the birthplace of the Olympic Games, but what year was
81.
the first ever modern Olympics taken place in Athens in Greece?
1896.
Next question.
45.
Well, that was worth doing, wasn't it?
You can now think of another one.
60.
I don't think people realise just how influential the Greeks have been on modern civilization. It's not just the Olympics, it's a lot of things.
140.
The written word, culinary stuff, you name it, the Greeks did it first.
Ever been to Greece?
60.
I haven't actually. It's one of those strange things. I've been all around Europe, but I've never been to Greece.
100.
I think we need to have a chat with Panos about us commentating on the Greek national finals then. All you have to do is put us in the best hotel and
55.
give us the best day rate. We'll be there.
You're not selling yourself very well there.
48.
I noticed you weren't petitioning to go to Scotland.
Hey, Scotland's a lovely part of the world. To be fair, if I went to Scotland, I would have been to all corners of the British Isles this week.
120.
Ooh, we have our first hat stand of the day. However, it did not cost
95.
Monios a shot
George,
to win
you
this
require
leg.
125.
He can't have a 17 darter here. And he's not going to get an 18 either.
108 remaining. We'll look at triple 16 to
44.
leave himself double
Andy, you
top.
require 73.
Davidson looking at 73 for the breaker throw. The ball is not there.
37. George, you require 81.
All of a sudden, this game is like the previous match in the middle. It's become very erratic.
61.
He's very good at lobbing that dart
Andy,
over
you
the
require
top,
36.
but that needed a bit more distance.
2 9s.
18.
Unable to get. And
George,
so
you require
Monios is
20.
back for double 10. It's been a bit of a scrappy one, this.
Good luck with that. What a shot. He actually pushed it out the
Game
way.
shot and the third leg. George Monios.
That's incredible. The flight is blocking the bed. He
Fourth
throws
leg,
it,
it's
and the
Andy to
dart
throw
says, get out of the
first.
way.
Game on.
Use it as a bumper, and he's 2-1 to the
60.
good in a game which cannot be described as a bumper of a contest. Of course, the Premier League continues tonight.
100.
Belfast, the destination. Josh Rock playing in Northern Ireland for the first time in the
92.
Premier League, and he desperately needs a win. Him and Stephen Bunting both at the bottom of the pile without a point to their name, without a win to their name up to press.
Josh has had a couple of days off, decided to take a bit of a break
100.
after Poland. I'll see if that is the right move.
140.
But there's nowhere you can hide in Premier League darts. It's very similar to this, in fact. You're constantly under the lights and constantly under pressure.
And Luke Littler plays Johnny
81.
Clayton again a week after the ferret gave him a bit of a smoking.
100.
Yeah, Johnny Clayton is just so in tune with the Premier League, isn't he? Whenever he plays in it, he plays well.
Well, we speak about competition suiting players. That suits Johnny
100.
Clayton. But this
Andy,
format
you
suits
require
Andy Davidson, winner here in the
109.
past. He's come close on a couple of other occasions. He's now looking at double 16 for
77.
109.
George,
Goes
you
wide of the mark, and so
require
Monios looking at 120.
Great first start. Second one, not so good.
80.
Well, he's overcompensated because
Andy,
of the
you
fact the
require
flight was
32.
obscuring the bed. There's
Game
no
shot
obscurance
on the
there.
fourth leg.
And
Andy
we are back on
Davidson.
terms. Desmond, 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's George to throw first. Game on.
I wonder if Desmond Tutu would actually like darts. It wasn't really a big thing when he was around, as in
41.
in South Africa. But with so much great work being done around the world,
140.
it's as if everybody wants to play darts these days. There's even a radio station here in the UK that was having, was it a weekly 9-dart challenge?
Well, I tell you what, I went out. I
60.
went to get some supplies before I came in to do this gig this morning, and where I parked up to get my supplies, it was
41.
in a shopping centre thing, and in that little retail park, there was a Curry's. Other electrical stores are available.
100.
Now, looking through the window of that Curry's in the front door, there was an electronic dart scoring system that was
55.
being sold at the front of that Curry's shop.
Yeah, front and centre. I've seen that very piece of marketing. That wouldn't have happened years ago.
You'd have been lucky to have seen a
100.
dartboard at the back of a 99p shop.
You'd have been lucky to see a dartboard in a sports shop.
41.
But times have changed. You walk around Portsmouth, everybody's talking about darts. This is a very big darts town.
140.
That's mainly because I'm walking all the way around the city and I've got nothing else to talk about.
Well, George hasn't got his first maximum
85.
of the day yet.
George, you require 60.
Only managed 8 in the first 3 days. But what he's
Game
managing
shot
here
on the
is to
fifth
cause
leg.
Andy Davidson a
George
whole
Monios.
host of issues. Seems to me like he really likes playing against the Scot.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to
He's
throw
one leg away
first.
from beating him
Game
for a
on.
3rd time this week.
95.
I don't believe Greece are at the World Cup, are they, in the summer?
Probably not. Even with the bigger field, it's still very difficult to get in it.
Of course, famously won Euro 2004 against the odds, and that's the kind of odds that George Murnan is up against here.
100.
Do you think he looks like Will from The In-Betweeners?
All you need is a briefcase.
Indeed. That was the next line.
85.
People say I'm like Will from the In-Betweeners.
You are a little bit.
And in what way?
The way you just said that sentence.
60.
You are a little bit like him, Henry.
I
It's,
re-
not, it's not a bad thing before you say anything. It's not a bad thing.
92.
I reckon we could probably do the 4 main characters of the In-Betweeners as people that have probably worked here in the past. Or presently.
60.
I think sometimes I'm so grumpy I'm the teacher.
Well, Mr. Gilbert.
Yeah.
You assumed wrong. Very, very
55.
wrong.
Well, how do you win this game 4-2? A maximum would have been perfect right there. And you can see he's
60.
trying to lob the darts over the top, even though they're going upright. Davidson is first to the finish, and that finish is very
121.
small.
Well, Davidson here looking at 53 to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
He's got to either go to the 16s or stay on the 20s.
60. Andy, you
17,
require
sorry, not
53.
16s. Oops.
45.
Well, double four is what
George, you
Davidson was
require
looking for. Double four is not what he's
161.
got. Should be back. And will be back to take us the distance. And it would mean from having no games go the distance in the opening
81.
formatted, we'd then have
And
3
you
in
require
succession that
8.
would go the full 7.
Yeah, this is
Game
what happened
shot
yesterday.
from the 6th
We had a
leg.
lot of big
Andy
gaps at the
Davidson.
start, and then all of a sudden, there was a litany of 7-leg games, and we've got another one here.
7th and
The first
final
time
leg. It's George to throw first.
This week, this fixture has
on.
gone the distance.
And it is George Monios of Greece who has the darts in this last leg decider.
85.
And doesn't really manage to make best use of it, particularly after dart 1.
85.
However, can't split him after a throw apiece, so it's a full 16 shootout from here. I get the sense that if Andy Davidson loses this game, he'll be kicking himself because this is a real opportunity to move on to 6 points. And just to
58.
give himself a bit of breathing space from those close by to him in this group.
Let's face it, if you want to contend, and if you're George right now, you've got to win this game.
100.
If you're Davidson, and you stretch your streak to 3 wins out of 3, you're already
81.
thinking, I can get through this now. And if you're Monios, you're not going to.
If he loses this, we may well be saying adios to Monios in this week 6.
26. $125.
This is relentless. You give this guy a little bit of an opening. He's going to run for the finishing line.
41. Andy, you require 152.
So 152 to win the match. Can't be done now. He's got 6 of them here.
55.
Having said that, there's pressure coming. A lot of it.
177.
He hasn't got a
Andy, you
maximum.
require 97.
He's got the next best thing.
57.
And now the game could change.
George, you
All because of
require
that 3
12.
treble visit and those 2 misses from Davidson.
Timing is everything. Timing is
9.
everything, and that's the worst time to miss 3 at a double.
Andy, you require 40.
Davidson has been given one heck of a reprieve here.
Game.
And
shot,
takes it.
And the match.
It wasn't the
Andy
prettiest of
Davidson.
performances from Andy Davidson, but it's a win which sees him on to 6 points, and it just gives him a bit of breathing space between him and those in behind. That's the tale of the tape. And when we come back after the break, we're going to see if Matty Dennant can also move on to 6 points, if he can get a win over Winspear. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series at the halfway point of the session here on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, we saw Andy Davidson get the better of George Monios by 4 legs to 3. He moves on to 6 points in the group. Matt Dennant looking to do something similar here as he takes on Adam Winspear as we head towards the halfway point of this Thursday afternoon here on Pluto TV. We're live not just on your smart TV, but you can take us on the move. So if you have to leave the house for any reason, then don't forget to download the Pluto TV app. It's available on the Apple App Store, Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. And you'll be able to take the darts with you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's free to sign up, free to watch. The Pluto TV app available on your smartphone and smart device. But for Matt Dennant, he's been the player of the day so far.
60.
8 legs won for the concession of just the solitary 1 so far. And he does look streets ahead, Nico, has to be said.
59.
He looks calm, composed, and he looks sharp. And let's face it, over the last few years, you could classify Matty as a pro. There are plenty of people out there who classify themselves as professionals, but there's saying you're a pro and actually being one. I look at Matt and I look at a pro. That does come with its own pressures, but professionals can handle
45.
it. He will expect to win this game. And what he's going to try and do to Winspear is just pick him apart, visit by visit, because that's what professionals do.
Matt, you require
So
145.
145. Well, he's decided to go down to the 19s first. With time in hand,
98.
time in lieu. And that leaves himself on a single to double when he comes back.
$85. Matt,
That's worked
you
out
require
pretty well.
47.
This might work out better.
31.
We'll have a little
Adam, you
look at
require
Matt's technique when
170.
we play leg 2. It's just so much to admire. And the last thing he wants to do is to invite Winspear into
60.
this first leg.
Matt, you require
Just close him
16.
out and get on with the next one.
Game shot.
That's what he's
on the
done.
First leg.
He's
Matt
1-0
Dennant.
up. Now look at how much movement there is in the body from Dennant when he
Second leg,
throws.
it's Adam to throw first. Game
It's
on.
this that makes him such a great player. He's not tall. He's very diminutive, in fact. But some of the best players who've ever played the game have been
95.
of his height. Look at the movement in the body here. It's just a little bit of a climb. That comes from the toes, but the rest of it
140.
is static. That's it. He doesn't have any faults in his makeup at all. That's why a lot of people value him as a really
60.
talented dart player.
That first dart is sat perfect.
140.
Do you know what? I'm going to pay him the biggest compliment I can pay him right now because I've got loads of them for Matty. I'm such a big fan. And I know I'm supposed to be sitting on the fence as a commentator, but I can't hide just how much I
81.
love this throw. If you were going to pick somebody's throw and put it on a computer game as the stock throw of anybody, you pick Matt Dennant. You might think, oh, Mike Warburton last week, he was pretty good. He's got a great throw. But Dennant's is just so easy on the eye.
100.
And everybody's getting on the act now.
You require 41.
It's raining maxes.
Game shot.
That's an
on the
11 dart
second
break,
leg.
and that's
Matt
2-0.
Dennant.
And Matt Dennant is now going through the gears. We said earlier on, if he gets pushed, he'll be able to
Third
go
leg,
up
it's
another
Matt to
gear.
throw
That
first.
leg was an
Game on.
example of that because to Adam Winspear's credit, he was on the scene if that wasn't got.
Absolutely right. Adam was on 85, and he didn't even get a look at it.
100.
That's what happens when you push someone of Matt's intelligence and capability.
We should have a sound effect. So when he does something good, it should be like that yogurt advert. Dennant.
140.
No. Let's not do that. It's like someone once said his nickname should have been the Pink Panther. Dennant.
125.
Well, you went there. He's going there. And he's staying there.
180.
Could be back-to-back 11s here. And that, the 180 of the week.
Could even be the performance of the week.
100.
The way he's been playing.
81.
Winspear's not going to get a target a double.
Well, Winspear's averaging 19. He's not even getting a look in. That's
Game
back-to-back
shot on the
11
third
dart
leg.
legs there for Matt Dennant, who's averaging 107.36. And that was after
Fourth
a
leg,
turgid
it's Adam to throw
20.
first. Game on.
Do you know what sound effect I'm hearing in my head right now? It's the sound of the odds tumbling to win this group.
Well, he was 4-7 before he began.
100.
Starting to understand why that is the case.
He's going to be one to something big come tomorrow if he carries on like this. And remember, before Dart was
59.
thrown this afternoon, he was 9-2 third favourite to win the week. Now, it'll be interesting to see how the odds compilers react come the end of the afternoon if he carries on in the vein that he is right now.
95.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. He's actually in second position in the table. Andy Davidson is on 6 points. But a win
59.
in this game, and Dennant will go back to the top. And at this stage, you've got to say they're going to take some catching.
Well, the one thing the rest of the field have at least as a comfort blanket is the fact that one of them two are due to drop points in the next round of games, because Dennant will have a game off and then will play Andy Davidson at the beginning of round number 4 of the day.
140.
Well, his average 103.5. Winspear has had to play well just to keep pace with him.
60.
That is not when you want a trebleless visit.
$96.
I think
Adam,
Matt's
you
a little bit
require
disappointed with just the one treble there.
112.
First time to save the match. And now we can't stop Matt from taking the 4-0 victory.
60.
This
Matt,
would be a
you
very
require
apt way to finish things off.
147.
They ain't going to find the 147, so Winspear
85.
returns to 52
Adam, you
to
require
at least get
52.
some kind of foothold in this contest. Double top.
Game shot.
Well, that's the first dart he's had at a double
Winspear.
at any point in the contest. It was to save the match. He found it, and
Fifth
he's
leg
forced
is Matt
Dennant
to
to serve
throw
it out. And
first.
that's all he can
Game
do.
on.
And that's to Adam Winspear's credit.
140. $140.
Just jogging my memory a little bit. When we had Matty down at the Southampton studio and the early part of this place,
60.
he's got quite the following. Not just in the UK either. He's actually got quite a big following in Ireland.
41.
Well, those are back in the days where we were broadcasting our pictures on YouTube. And I remember speaking to a rather famous individual.
96.
And he was talking about numbers and people that do attract numbers on that particular platform. And apparently Matt Dennant was one that perhaps surprisingly
60.
had a lot of admirers. However, it's been no holds barred here from
100.
Dennant.
That third dart is just so sweet, isn't it? It's easier to hit the 60 with those two markers, but when you click it in there just like that, you can see that the game's in good shape.
54. Matt, you require
So to get the job done,
105.
average in excess of a ton. And to wrap it up with a ton topper, double 16.
73.
And that really would have put the icing on the cake. And it would have been an average in excess of 100 if he got.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to get it now. If he hits double 16 with his next dart, it's going to be close.
100. Matt, you require 32.
He won't care about numbers. He'll just care about points. But
No
the points he
score.
hasn't got just yet.
Adam, you require 106.
He was probably convinced he was going to get it with dart 2. Is there another twist? Not this time. Dennant comes back for 32, and he'd like to just get
Matt,
rid
you
of this
require
now.
32.
Do not make life any harder than you need it to.
16.
Well, the last time
Adam, you
Matt Dennant had
require
those sorts of
50.
problems on double 16, Glenn Drummond got a tour card.
That was so out of nowhere, Henry. That came out of nowhere.
32. Matt, you require
You've
16.
got to have the final word in this leg now.
Well, Matt Dennant wants the final word in this match. And he will get the last
Shot.
word.
And the match.
Well, double 16
Matt
caused him
Dennant.
all sorts of problems, but double 8 wasn't an issue at all. He gets the better of Adam Winspear by 4 legs to 1. In the end, the average only 92 is above the ton mark up until he missed a raft of doubles to win it. But that is 6 out of 6, the perfect start for Matt Dennant. Coming up next, Joe Murnan takes on B.
for this 1-4-6, and it's on. Treble 18, but double 16 for a 1-4-6. Oh my word!
Game shot on the fourth leg. Dylan Slevin.
First one, he's going to go tops. He does, so it's double turn for a 140 checkout.
Well, what a shot!
Game shot on the first leg. Jesus Nogueira.
It's been one of those games where the player phone first has had all the time that they want it. Double 18.
Quiet for Thomas. And so, it's double top.
Hello, Kevin. Hello, Kevin. Goodbye, leg. Where'd that come from?
Hammer to go one up here. And he does so.
Game shot on the second leg, Andy Hamilton.
Still the target. Bullseye. Oh, what a shot by Bookby. Should be a good guide for Fallon Sherrock, who does use it perfectly. And
Fallon Sherrock!
So next week sees the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock, return to the live lounge in Portsmouth. We're also going to see our commentary friend and colleague Scott Mitchell take to the stage. So we better prepare ourselves for the long haul. Neil Duff is going to be back as well. Dennant Slevin making a first appearance here in a few years. Andy Hamilton looking for another Champions Week. He's averaging one a year at this present moment in time. And we're going to see Martin Group C Thomas, a man who forever graces a Group C here and forever puts a smile on our face. It is impossible not to be in the company of that Welshman without leaving it with a massive grin. We cannot wait to see him. We cannot wait for the action. So do join us for a voyage of darting discovery on Monday morning from 9:30 on Pluto TV. To Game 9, and it's a meeting between Joe Murnan and Danny Lauby. And for these two players, they're looking to make it onto 4 points in this group. For Danny Lauby, well, he's probably wondering how he won that previous match against Adam Winspear. He saw his opponent miss a raft of match starts. He eventually crawled over the line for 3. As for Joe Murnan, well, he got off to a winning start. He beat George Monios by 4-0 before then himself losing out in a last leg decider against Andy Davidson. So who's going to move on to 4 points and put the pressure on Matt Dennant and Andy Davidson, who go head-to-head in the next game? And already at this early stage, Nico, it feels like the top two are just beginning to pull apart. The winner of this one's going to be the most realistic player to perhaps upset the apple cart.
I think the question is anybody going to catch Matt Dennant? He's playing so much better than everybody else. But they're on 6 points. And by they, I mean 55. Matt Dennant and Andy Davidson. But of these two, it's irrefutable that even though they both have 2 points, Murnan is playing better than Lauby.
100.
So he's more likely to win this game for that reason and the fact that he's got the darts.
As for
55.
Danny Lauby, who is a very good musician. At times this week he's been lacking rhythm, which has given him the blues, but he's hoping that he's taken a step in the right direction now. He could be the drummer for one of the
58
infamous karaoke nights that we have.
The infamous karaoke nights that you have.
Poor Nick Rolls, who's the referee here, had to deal with that for 9 days straight at Lakeside once upon a time.
140. Danny, you require 100.
It was a sight for sore ears. This would be a sight for Murnan. Sore eyes of the 158 would have gone. Murnan returning for 96 to get himself on the board.
83. Joe,
he's going to be under
96.
pressure. They'll be back for 75 if this isn't got.
56.
Anyway, tops there to
Danny,
leave double 18.
75.
Oh, that makes things a bit harder. But not impossible. Great recovery.
Game shot on the first leg.
Sensational from Lauby. He went from having a doable out to a difficult one to taking it.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
And this is how quickly it could all swing on a pinhead. If Danny Lauby wins this, he hasn't played, and I mean this with the greatest of respect because
44.
I rate Danny highly. He wouldn't have played anywhere near his best, yet picked up 4 points. And then he'd have a chance against Andy
83.
Davidson at the end of the session, one of those players, of course, that's on 6 points, to really put himself in the mix. And we'll be perfectly honest,
44.
after 2 games, that looked unlikely.
Have you read any facts about his hometown?
What, Terre Haute?
Yeah.
Yes, there's a very famous individual
140.
that lives there.
I wasn't thinking about that. Quite a lot has happened there in the last 100 years.
31.
It was a bit of a destination before Vegas. It had a bit of a reputation back in the 1950s.
81.
It was also the place where the modern-day Coca-Cola bottle was made.
80.
That's where it was invented. I thought that company was based in Atlanta, Georgia. But obviously the infamous bottle that they
89.
used in glass was first invented in Indiana, in Terre Haute.
Incidentally, glass bottles of cold drink is much better than
92.
plastic bottle of cold
I
Joe,
drink.
couldn't
you
agree more.
require
100% agree.
108 for Murnan. To square things up.
68.
Over the top, but he has got time to break back.
Just be careful here. Don't go for 20s.
50.
Very wise.
Joe, you require 40.
Two tens.
30. Danny, you require 160.
Approach this one like it's a bonus. As soon as dart 1 goes in, he doesn't think it's a
100.
bonus anymore. He thinks
Joe,
it's
you
likely.
require 10.
But that's because when you're on tour, you have to expect those sorts of things to go. Hope becomes expectation.
Game shot. on
And
the
his
second
hopes
leg.
of coming
Joe
back
Murnan.
will not be expected because Murnan levels up at 1 apiece. He gets the break back.
Third leg. It's
Who's
Joe
the famous
to throw
person from
first.
Terre Haute then? And it's
Game
not
on.
Danny Lauby. You're slacking, Deacon. You
29.
and your mind of useless knowledge.
I only remember it because the last time I commentated on Danny a couple of years ago, it came up.
100.
Is it Larry Bird?
Yes.
One of the best basketballers
97.
ever. He had incredible battles with Magic Johnson and everybody in the late 70s and 80s. He was actually part of that incredible
60.
basketball team in the 92 Olympics in Barcelona, wasn't he? Which had Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley.
180.
I think they're fairly proud of Larry Bird, as they should be. I do believe he was one of the first big-time basketballers to get a very big shoe deal.
58.
Back when they didn't play basketball in the big cushy numbers they do now. They were actually playing in just fabric trainers.
140.
I.e. glorified plimsolls.
Joe, you require 137.
Pretty much.
6 from here. Labby's left himself a 159.
99.
You take that?
And if he takes 38 out, he'll take that and party. So there's a reference that Henry doesn't
Joe, you
get because
require
he's too young.
38. Game
Joe would get
shot
it,
in the third
and he
leg.
does get
Joe
it. 2-1
Murnan.
lead. And he should get it because round about where he lives is where Gary
Fourth
Barlow was
leg, it's
from
Danny
in
to
the
throw
band.
first.
Take that.
Game on. 140.
And of course, Gary Barlow's former bandmate, Robbie Williams, has always played at any big PDC events.
140.
Always have a bit of a baller, don't we, at the end of the night?
His famous song Angels is now the walk-on song of a very large, successful Dutch player by the name of Wesley Plazier.
And my word, does he get into
100.
Nothing wrong with that. We all love Big Wes.
Let Me Entertain You's a better track, though. Better karaoke song.
60. $92. $60.
Is Lauby starting to put this together, or is he faltering again? The numbers might tell us a bit of a story. It's a 79 average, which is a little bit better than his previous game.
141.
But is he being pushed by Murnan? And I have to say yes, because Joe's at 86, and this is the kind of stuff he can do all day long.
60.
Which is why he's already got a win.
Joe, you require 40.
That's why he's on the cusp of 3-1. 3-1 is his.
Shot in the fourth
And this is a very fair result.
He's been the better player. 14 darter, 2 clear an hour, the darts in his hand to get the job
Fifth
done.
leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
You know how some dart players have got a game face and then they've got their just regular face? Joe Murnan's just got this. Game face, 24/7, 365.
Yeah, slightly less facial expressions in
100.
comparison to someone like Rob Collins.
Yeah, his game face is a proper game face. Bit like James Beaton's.
140. $60.
Looking to get the job done with a minimum of fuss.
100.
I'm not going to lie. I remember the week that Murnan was here last year. It was in Series 12.
97.
And in Group C,
Joe,
he
you require
wasn't this good.
121.
This is better. And I'm buoyed by these
81.
performances. He looks in much better shape than a few months ago. I don't know whether it's Scott Taylor who's done this to him. I don't know whether he's done it to himself. But something's changed.
84.
Well, he's a man
Joe,
in
you
which
require
actions speak
40.
louder than words. But the words he would say to us is he's putting the work in and he's feeling better.
30.
And I was going to say, he's backing those words
Danny,
up
you
perfectly, but he's allowed Lauby back in here.
160.
Not quite on the second 60 again.
100.
So Murnan has a second
Joe, you
opportunity of winning by 3
10.
legs.
2 5s.
Game.
Gets the
shot.
job done, and it means that Joe Murnan's
Joe
going to be the
Murnan.
closest challenger to Andy Davidson and Matt Dennant at the top of the group. The pair will go head-to-head in a few moments' time. That was after Joe Murnan got the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. 9 games gone in this Group C here at the Modus Super Season. Before the break, Joe Murnan got the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1. That moves him on to 4 points. We've got 2 players at the top on 6 in Matt Dennant and Andy Davidson. They're going head-to-head in Game 10 of the session. But let's dot the I's, cross the T's and have a look at the table. Where it is the pair of Matt Dennant and Andy Davidson that lead the way, both with 6 points apiece. Joe Murnan on 4, Danny Lauby with 1 win, with both Adam Winspear and George Monios yet to get off the mark. But these 2 that are playing in Game 10 have certainly made a mark on this Thursday as Andy Davidson and Matt Dennant go toe-to-toe. The winner will move on to 8 points and will then have the chance to complete the card in their final games of the session. Dennant has been the most impressive performer throughout the course of the day so far. He averaged 92.77 despite missing 10 darts and a double against Adam Winspear last time out. In fact, if he got over the line first time of asking, he probably would have had an average in excess of a ton. So he's certainly been the pacemaker, the standard bearer in this group. And I suppose the big question is, can Andy Davidson keep up to pace of him? Well, that's an early indication.
180.
Would you like to ask some more questions? Because it looks like Andy's got some answers.
I rest my case, Your Honour.
55.
Well, hang on a second.
180.
6 darts in, 6 darts perfect.
In a week where Bo Greaves has hit a 9-darter on the Pro Tour for the first time by a lady.
85. Andy, you require 141.
This would be monstrous. And there's not one person on planet Earth that didn't want Andy to hit that.
No,
because that would have been an emotional moment for that man from Scotland. He's gutted he didn't get the 9.
Well, that 9-darter would have been gone in 60 seconds. I mean, he could go for the bull here for a 10 if he wants to. We've seen people in the past do that.
180. Andy, you require 50.
But he was not going to do the Chris Mason play.
18.
No, I think he wanted to equalise the best leg of the day, which Dennant has done twice.
In back-to-back legs. But as good a leg as it's been from Davidson, he's going to have to take this out. Otherwise, Dennant's lurking. Lurking dangerously, but he's not going to get a look in. Davidson with a 13-darter takes the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
And it just goes to show that the game is in there. And that's enough to bring a smile to your face, isn't it? You know when someone's been through the mill a little bit, let's face it, it's life. We're all going to have our struggles.
21.
But if the one thing you want to do the most is still there, then life is still very much worth it.
100.
It's like someone taking Portsmouth Football Club for you out of commission and you've got no one to support,
55.
Henry. But then you realise, actually, someone's bought them and then they are revived. It's a bit like the Macclesfield Football Club story.
Yeah, well, they went bust and a
100.
businessman was on a 3-day Beano and decided to buy a football club. And lo and behold, they made the 4th round of the FA Cup and took Brentford all the way,
41.
beating the holders Crystal Palace en route. Sure, Daryl Pilgrim enjoyed that.
Yeah, all you need is a little bit of faith.
43.
Yeah, they weren't glad all over that day, were they? Yeah, Mark Gay didn't stick around long enough to be disappointed. He went straight to Manchester City.
They got a big game tonight against Zrinski Mostar of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
100.
It's a lovely dart from Dennant. Yet again, when he gets 220s above the 60, he plants the third one in.
140.
Like it's chicken
Matt,
feed.
you require 58.
So 18 for Tops. Tops to level up.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt
and
Dennant.
that was just so efficient, so effective for Matt Dennant.
He's just
Third leg
a
is
classy
Andy
player,
to
isn't
throw
he?
first. Game on.
There are people out there right now at this level who are watching this thinking, I wish I could play like that.
85.
I called him the yardstick earlier. I'm going to stick by it. Matthew Edgar once said
60.
of himself that he was the standard bearer of somebody on the Pro Tour who was good enough to keep their card.
40.
Maybe Matthew Dennant could be the yardstick for success here at the Modus Super Series in 2026.
180.
Case in point, 4th max of the match. We're only towards the end of leg 3.
96.
It's almost as if these are the two at the top of the table. Oh, I forgot. They are.
Well, it's at this point that we stress that the record for most 180s in a game is 9.
199.
And if this goes all the way, there is a genuine chance that record could be under some kind of threat.
140.
Now, Dennant realised he's made a bit of a mishap there by heading down to the 19s. He's left himself on a bogey. He's hoping that it's not going to be too big an issue. But relying on
59.
Davidson not
Andy,
to
you require
take out a finish
140.
like this is rather dangerous.
Oh, he's now made 2 errors. Because he really should have brought the
60.
bullseye into
Might
play
require
in that previous
103.
visit to leave the 2 darter. Gets a shot at double. And this
67.
is not the
And you
time for
require
him
80.
to take the lead. It might be Andy's time. It is.
Shot in the 3rd
Clinical.
leg. Andy Davidson.
So Davidson 2-1-2 the good, very much on top now in
4th
this
leg, it's Matt to
contest.
throw first. Game on.
Now, just looking at the final fixtures of the day for the pet, Davidson has a match against Danny Lauby, whereas Dennant will
60.
finish up against Joe Murnan.
28.
Yeah, I think at this stage, if you study the table a little bit, you might think it's going to be a 3-horse race.
180.
What do you think, Henry? Because at the minute, Davidson, Dennant and Murnan are just better than the other 3.
180.
They are blasting each other off the board right now. This is a great game of darts.
6 of the best. 6 180s. Oh, hold on. That was almost 7 in the space of 3.5 legs.
Just keep this going. Take this to 7 legs.
140.
Can't get enough of this.
121.
The only thing that's missing in this game is a big finish, and we're not going to get one with the 1-2-1, but will we get it with the 1-5-3?
I think he was caught in 2 minds. For a second, he was thinking 25, but then he realised that was a bit of a
74.
gamble.
And you
Because
require
what if you get the bull and leave
153?
11? At least on 47, he's got a choice.
45. Matt, you require 47.
Double 16.
Game
For 14
shot on
darts
the
at
4th leg,
2-2,
Matt
and this really
Dennant.
has been an encapsulating contest so far.
5th leg, it's Andy.
This is
to
a
throw
pro-level
first.
game.
Game on.
It might not be the heights of the Montgomery-David Evans game that we've had here,
58.
which both players were 108. That happens very rarely. This is a very solid, professional-style match.
57.
Look at that power scoring from Davidson. 3 180s, full 2 treble turns in this game.
45.
However, that slip has just left the door ajar a little bit for Matty Dennant here.
It's a little bit different to the game that Danny Lauby had yesterday when he finished with
100.
16 ton-plus scores and nothing else. It was just tons everywhere.
135.
In a game like this, tons are almost a bad score.
Well, what was it Wayne Marder was
45.
saying on commentary the other week? He was saying, we're saying that tons are punishable, where back in his day, tons were just
67.
steady, tons were keeping you in legs. That is just how the standard, not just at the top level, but even at this level, has just risen so highly over the last few years.
60.
Well, Dennant in this game has now left himself on 2 unnecessary numbers.
45.
One of them was 162, the other one was 299. You shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, need to work out the mathematics. May need to have a little
44.
look
Andy,
at Jar
require
Jar's
151.
TikToks.
$93.
See what happens when you leave yourself an awkward number? It's difficult to leave a finish, and when you don't get there, and he hasn't left a finish from 299 in 6 darts, he might be staring at a deficit. Oh, it's a great pressure shot, though.
171. Andy, you require 58.
Davidson all of a sudden's under the rack. If this does not go,
38.
he is in a world of trouble potentially.
Now,
Dennant with 3 in hand at
24.
double 12. He's 2 from 3 on the outer ring. And this is for a break, which you'll see him throw for the match in the next. And he
Shot on the
gets.
fifth leg, Matt
And
Dennant.
this is how a contest over this short format can just swing like that.
6th leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
How would Darren Webster say it? Right now, Matthew Dennant is cool as a cucumber.
100.
That was a wonderful 171, and it did change the leg.
43.
Did you have some cool quip with that cucumber?
Nobody says it better than Darren Webster.
Yeah, he was here a few weeks ago. Gave us a very entertaining
100.
tungsten talk.
I haven't seen that yet.
Well, you'll be able to see it more than you can hear because he spent half the
94.
time waving the microphone around.
He does that. And if you ever want to investigate just how bored
74.
Darren gets sometimes, apparently one weekend he wasn't playing darts, he was bored, he decided to rip his bathroom out and refit it.
50.
And I've been reliably informed he's rather good at it.
The ripping out bit or the rebuilding?
Both. And what we're learning about
100.
Dennant is that even when he's in a little bit of bother, he can dig his way out.
Well, it's the 1-2-7 to win the game.
44. Matt, you require 127.
And he's got plenty of time. Doesn't have to chase the bull if he doesn't want to.
60.
You look rather puzzled there, Nico.
Yeah, I just get the feeling staying on the 60 with dart 2 was the right thing to do. Like you mentioned, he didn't have to chase
100.
anything.
Matt, you require
He had a beautiful marker on the
67.
60, which he didn't use.
So this to complete the 4-2 win to make it 4 wins out of 4. Double 16 is
Game
found.
shot. And the
Well,
match,
Matthew
Matt
Dennant
Dennant.
survives his toughest test yet. He gets the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. That was an absolute ripper at times. 6 180s. They all came in the first 3-4 legs of that contest. But it's Dennant who holds it together. Davidson missed darts to go 3-2 up. And from that point onwards, it was one-way traffic. Next up, Lauby against Monios. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're quickly heading towards the end of our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And all eyes are on the target for Danny Lauby and George Monios. That's game 11 of our session. Before the break, Matthew Dennant got the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. Average just in excess of 90, 4 from 6 in terms of the finishing. And a 67 checkout on route 2. And so let's head through to game 11, a meeting between America and Greece. Meeting number 4 this week between Danny Lauby and George Monios. For George, still looking for his first win of the day. Both him and Adam Winspear pointless.
First leg, it's Danny
going
to throw
into round number
first.
4. We'll see Adam up next against
Game
Joe
on.
Murnan. If Danny Lauby can win this game and move on to 4 points, and he can actually finish the day level with Andy
100.
Davidson on 6 if he was to win each of his last 2, which would put him very much in play going into Friday's action here. As to George Monios.
100.
He's got the darts in the last 2 games he's got as well.
Yeah.
This is something he's got to recognise, Henry. Having the darts could be a really, really big advantage.
140.
And the fact that he's got Davidson in his last game. He can rescue his day in the next 45 minutes.
100.
Well, 4th meeting of the week. Lauby leads by 2 wins to 1. Beat Monios 4-3 on Monday, 1-4-2 on Tuesday. And then it was Monios who won this meeting by that exact scoreline on Wednesday. So seemingly every match between the pair has gone tight. And actually, George Monios' last win of any description was against Lauby in that game yesterday.
81.
When you're struggling in this format, you really want to play someone you've got a winning record against. I've spoken to a few people who have had troublesome times over the first 3 or 4 days. And they all say there's one person you'd rather play than anybody else. It's someone you've got the wood on.
And that's been the problem.
100.
Too many darts laying low. And because of the way his darts go into the board, if it does drop low of a target, he's got no target area.
Especially if he's finding the top left
66.
corner
Danny
of that small
requires
20. That's worked out pretty well.
Game shot in the first leg. Danny Lauby.
He knew it was in.
Second leg, it's George to throw first.
Oh, we mentioned
Game on.
Terre Haute in the previous game, and it was the home of Larry Bird. And we know that Lauby is a basketball fan. Follows the
100.
Pacers. But when you mix the National Basketball
100.
Association and Greece, you actually get a 2-time NBA MVP. Giannis Antetokounmpo.
83.
And he has brothers who are very good as well at basketball. They're a whole host of good.
45.
Yeah, MVP back in 2019 and 2020. And without a shadow of a doubt, the biggest sports star in
60.
Greece. His surname's a little bit tricky to say, so people just call him Giannis. And that's all you get on the back of his jersey, I think.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at that. It's worth a few points on a Scrabble board.
22.
He should have come to Poland last week. That was Scrabble dream. At least 2 Zs on every board.
Looked like a well-received tournament, the
60.
first ever Polish Darts Open.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more tournaments there. And we are going to be going to the United States with the PDC in June, as usual, going to Madison Square Garden.
100.
And we had a bit of a chat with Danny earlier in the week. He was talking about how darts has changed in the United States because of the World Series event moving to the East
George
Coast.
require
It has had a big
136.
effect.
Well, he's going to have a look at the 96. In fact, that tournament's going to take place at Madison Square Garden the same
29.
weekend
Danny
England
require
play
96.
in the FIFA World Cup in and around the same part of it. They're playing in New Jersey.
That's going to be fun.
Game.
This is
shot
fun
on the
for
second
Lauby all
leg.
of a sudden.
Danny
He's 2-0
Lauby.
up with a 17-dart leg. He's finding doubles. And he's causing Monios
Third leg
all
is
sorts
Danny
of
to throw
trouble.
first. Game on.
He's only got a little bit on the board today by getting 3 legs in his previous game. He might not get anything out of Danny right here.
45.
Yeah, England play Panama in New Jersey that particular weekend.
Is that at the Meadowlands?
I believe, the New Jersey venue.
Yeah, they've held some rather... They're going to have the final there, aren't they?
Is that at the MetLife? Is that the
MetLife Stadium.
Yes, in New York. That's where they used the Club World Cup final as a tester for that.
140.
Is Diana Ross going to be taking the penalty again?
Well, I've heard there's a halftime show at the World Cup final this year. And that has got Coldplay written all over it.
No, I think it could be Bad Bunny.
78.
Although certain politicians don't like Bad Bunny.
I thought he was okay on the NFL one.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of anybody who brings up Lady
97.
Gaga.
I'm sure we're not going to have a halftime show on a Champions Night.
Oh, I think that's a great idea. I think that's a perfect
100.
idea. Cramming 100, 120 people here for Champions Night in the middle of April, and we have a halftime show before the semis.
Well, Danny Lauby can play the drums, Adam Hunt can play the piano, and I'm on vocals.
That sentence had so much promise.
99. Danny, you
Warby
require
can sing.
82.
That's true. Who's singing here? The man known as
Shot on the third
Lobster
leg.
is
Danny
singing
Lauby.
right now. Yes, that's an affectionate nickname that somebody's given him this week, and we're not going to let it lie. Now, when he hits a double like
Fullback is
that, you've got to
George
do
to
the
throw
pincers.
first.
Isn't that right, Danny?
Game on.
Even Simon Whitlock was doing it yesterday. Dare I say this
60.
Lobster is rock solid.
$57.
Well, he's certainly cooking, is Danny Lauby. And maybe coming up to the boil.
125.
Come on, Henry, enlighten us. What's your favourite American food? I really want to know what Danny's is and what he misses about the United States.
100.
I mean, I'm sure George has been away from Greece for about a week. I'm sure there are things he misses, like the weather. But if you're away from the United States, like he has been for years now,
60.
there will be things he misses.
Tell you what, the first ever steak I ever had was in the United States. It was a tomahawk. That was superb.
60.
You can get those in this country, but they're not as big.
Oh, you learn very quickly, if you're based in the UK and you go to the United States,
100.
order everything small because it will be the equivalent of a large. Do not supersize me.
I dare you to say that to a waiter.
85. Georgia require 156.
He's going to get a chance. He's got 6 darts from here to make sure he's not bageled. And the best place to get them is New York.
59.
Oh, Tim Hortons.
That's Canadian.
Oh, I don't care. It's beautiful. Anyway, 97 for Monios to residualise the gap.
97. Georgia require 97.
I sympathise, Henry. I actually called the new Newcastle United CEO American. He's Canadian. Now, Lauby can win the game. His doubling
57.
has been really
Danny, you
good
require
for a change.
102.
He just needs one more shot. Now what do you do?
And he scared that treble 14, just whistled past the wire.
39.
But
Georgia
Munoz
require
hasn't had a dart to the
40.
double yet in this contest. He's going to get 3 here at double top to keep himself in it. Double 10.
Game. Shot
Keeps
on the
the
fourth
game
leg.
going just that
George
little bit
Monios.
longer. Lauby being forced to serve it out here.
So by virtue of
Fifth
your
leg is
tomahawk
Danny to
steak,
throw
is that the best
first.
thing you had in America?
Game on.
Well, I had 5 guys. I've had a McDonald's out
This
there.
is not American food. This is the perception
140.
of American food. Isn't that right, Danny? Help me out here. I know you got a darts match to play right now, but I'll ask you later. American culture is swarmed and
100.
believed to be all about fast food when they have incredible culture.
I'll tell you what, as well, actually, when I was out there, the Southern Fried Chicken is
44.
incredible,
Yes,
isn't
it is. It's
absolutely
totally,
incredible.
It's totally different over there.
What's your favourite Greek dish whilst we're at it?
140.
Well, it's a toss-up between moussaka and spanica pita. Spanica pita is a beautiful phyllo pastry spinach pie. It's
100.
beautiful.
$140.
Not the kind of thing you want to have before darts, though, because it's quite heavy.
That's why a lot of players go to a very popular chicken
99.
restaurant.
George, you require 121.
Okay. He's not going to do it. So Lauby gets another chance to win. Didn't get to the double last time. It's marginally easier to get there this time because he can go on the same treble
36.
twice if he wants.
Danny, you require 118.
Well, the 118 will get Munoz' number. Oh, does so well to find that. Double 19.
99.
Did not release that properly.
George, you require 85.
In a bit of a lunge as that was thrown, as Munoz may just get a dart at the ball here. He's missed the big number, and it looks like he's going to pay the price. Lauby back looking at 19, should get 2 match darts at double
Danny,
8.
require 19.
And Munoz has miscounted. It may not count for anything anyway, because Lauby looking at double 8. Oh, and that's
3.
clipped off the flight and then diverted wide.
George, you
And that
require
was always going to be
42.
hard to hit because he blocked the bed with his angle of attack.
He had to spur one because of the miscalculation, and now he's going to have to look up at double 12.
18.
Well, Lauby now has to get it done
Danny,
here.
you require
He
16.
really does. He does get it
Shot. On
done.
the match,
And that
Danny
was a
Lauby.
really good display from Danny. One of the most composed and steady displays that he's had all week. And it's exactly what he needed off the back of getting a win a little bit earlier on against Adam Winspear. He has suffered a loss in between, but that 85 average and 50% on the doubles gives him the 4-1 victory he so badly craved.
So game 12 of the session, a meeting between Adam Winspear and Joe Murnan. Before the break, Danny Lauby got the better of George Monios by 4 legs to 1. That puts him on to 4 points in the group, and he takes on Andy Davidson in match 13. And there's a possibility if he wins that one, then he may well find himself on 6 points and very much in the mix come the end of the day's play. So let's get into match 12. It's Winspear and Murnan going head to head. If Midnight Murnan wins this one, then he'll be on 6 points. And he'd then take on Matt Dennant. So there's a chance that him and Matt Dennant could be level on points come the end of the day if he wins his last 2 because of who he faces right at the very last. But Adam Winspear, he hasn't picked up a point yet today. But it's also fair to say that in his previous performance against Matt Dennant, he maybe deserved a little bit more than what he got.
Yeah, he just seemed to get Matt Dennant at the wrong time. Maybe if he played somebody else at that point, he would have walked away with a win. However, darts isn't meant to be, I'll play this person at this time by my choosing. You play the people that we tell you to play. Now he's got Murnan off the back of that loss to Dennant in Game 8. He's got to get moving, because if he doesn't have any points going into his last match of the day against Monios, then he's going to be in the bottom 2 overnight.
100.
So 4 more games to go on this Thursday afternoon. Don't forget, we're back tonight from 10 o'clock to see how Group B is going to get underway. And of course, that meeting between Whitlock, father and son.
140.
You can keep abreast of every single dart live here on Pluto TV.
That's
a really interesting approach to Murnan, looking at 3 or 5. I kind of like it. If I get the 60 with my first dart, I'm going to go to the bull, because then I can still either finish with dart number 3. Don't accuse Joe Murnan of not knowing his numbers, by the way.
41.
We're talking about a guy that hasn't just played on the Pro Tour many times. He's been to the Worlds. He's been to all the big tournaments.
100.
And he also used to work in a dart shop, so he has lived and breathed this sport for years.
Very rare case of a player who qualified for the World Match Play without a tour card, because you may remember when he won his Pro Tour, he wasn't on the circuit.
Yeah, he was the original one.
Joe, you
First person
100.
in the tour card era to win an event without one.
Which then suddenly prompted a change in the rules, which is why it's 9 impossible for a non-tour card holder to qualify for such
40.
events.
Adam, you require 130.
Little fish time. Unable to get, so Murnan returning for 60 for
92.
the break he
Joe, you
needs at
require
some point
60.
if he's going to go on and win the contest. Meat
Game shot on
and
the first leg.
drink
Joe Murnan.
for Midnight Murnan.
You mentioned that 130 is the
Second
little
leg,
fish.
it's Joe to throw first.
That reminds me of something.
Game on.
There's a major difference between getting fish and chips in the UK and in the Republic of Ireland, where you've just come back from.
Thing is, I know what you're about to say here.
60.
In the UK, you can actually get fish and chips, but you choose the size of the fish you get. Whereas in Ireland, you have to choose the size of the chips that you get. You don't get a choice of the size of the fish.
And they also call him a chipper out there.
Usually in vans.
Yes.
140.
And by the way, can I just say the fish and chips in Ireland is absolutely sublime.
I don't disagree with you.
Just the food altogether.
If you ever want to have a treat if you're in Ireland,
45.
go to some of the suburbs of Wexford and get some chowder. You will not regret it. I once went to the wonderful town of Tremor. And you wouldn't believe it, I actually was having a bit of lunch with my friend Richie McGrath, and he ran into Roddy Doyle.
85.
The famous writer. Incredible. He wrote The Commitments. It's amazing what kind of tangent you can get on commentary, isn't it?
60.
Yeah, and I only went to Ireland to stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning at a wedding.
Yeah, wedding of a certain Mr. McGurk. Multiple-time weekly champion here. We wish him all the best.
And turns out his first name's not really Shane. But anyway, let's move on.
100.
Murnan looking at
Joe, you require
145.
145.
He had to stay on the 20s there
55.
because if he moved anywhere else and didn't get a treble, he was going to be leaving a 3-dart checkout.
Well, 90 required to
59.
move
Joe, you
2-0
require
to the
90.
good. Do it at a double 15. Okay. It was an intentional split.
70.
I don't know.
Adam, you
I think he
require
should have moved on dart
112.
3. He might have closed off the bottom half of the bed with that miss at double 15. Adam trying to put the win in Winspear. And he strays as well.
87.
Well, that
Joe,
would have
you
put the
require
wind in his
20.
sails for sure. Two fives. Just low.
15. Adam, you require 25.
Wow, he didn't mean to leave double 11. Get what you're given.
3.
He doesn't get,
Joe, you
but he
require
could be
5.
giving.
2 2s for 2-0. Madhouse.
Game shot in the second
Murnan,
leg.
2
Joe
up.
Murnan.
All right, Randy Orton. Do you see that from Joe? He's never done that
Third
before.
leg is Adam to throw first.
Someone who never
on.
shows his emotions is showing a little bit more than usual. All sorts was going on in the last 10 seconds. In fact, he does have a bit of a
5.
reputation, you know, Joe, amongst dart players who've known him for the last 15 years. They say that he walks like he's from Manchester more than anybody
96.
ever has. If you ever see him on a walk-on, he lopes like he's from Manchester. Did you know that?
I can get the Oasis vibe.
Yeah, the Oasis walk. If you see Liam Gallagher walking towards a
140.
microphone, it's lope. And he does that naturally.
Well, I did not expect to be talking about the way Liam Gallagher walks towards a microphone this
140.
afternoon, but
Well, we might as well, because so many players have got Oasis walk-on songs these days. I think there's about 6 or 7 of them now.
well, David Davies walked on to
100.
Oasis, didn't he?
Yeah, David Davies, Charlie Manby, Joe Cullen. There will be more.
Gabriel Clements.
Yeah.
95.
Yeah, walk-on songs and dart shirts, they're things that elite players only had about 20 years ago, but now everybody
96.
wants the lot.
Joe,
They
you
want
require
the
170.
equipment, they want the shirt, they want the whole experience, and they want things like this. How big is the fish? Pretty big!
Game shot in the third leg.
Oh, I like it!
Joe Murnan.
We've got a new celebration out there. Something's on the hook. Oh, you're
Fourth
watching
leg, it's
Scott
Joe to
Taylor.
throw first. Game on.
So Luke Littler's got his reeling it in, and Joe Murnan's got one on the hook. I absolutely love it.
62.
The fish is netted and Murnan's free up.
As far
60.
as winning double celebrations are concerned, that's just made the top 5, I think. With Alan Suter's 180 spectacle,
97.
Luke Littler's 170 reeling it in thing. What other ones do we have that are notable?
The ferret point.
Yes, very good point.
121.
Yeah, so much so, his doctor says if you keep doing that, you're going to get repetitive strain injury. He doesn't mind.
140.
Honestly, that's the first time I've ever seen Murnan somewhat animated. I like it.
$85.
It is also the first 170 of the week.
140.
And he is bearing down on a 4-0 win here, which gets him right back in the running.
In the mix. And because of the way the fixtures pan out, Lauby taking on Davidson, Joe takes on Matt
95.
Dennant.
Joe, you require
Players are going to take
62.
points over one another, so he's very much in play for victory here. feels like a case of when rather than if. And it should be
22.
in the
Adam, you
next
require
3 darts,
140.
providing Winspear doesn't take out the 140.
He's not going to, and Murnan will have 3 darts at his favourite double to get a 4-0 victory.
100.
We've not had a
Joe, you require
4-0 since
40.
game 4.
2 10s. 5s. Unable to get.
30.
Winspear gets one
Adam, you
final
require
reprieve.
40.
Double top to keep the drama going on. And we go
Game
on.
shot on the 4th leg.
And that
Adam wins.
is a break back. It might just be a small drop in the
5th leg
ocean,
is
or it
Adam
could be
to
the
throw
beginning of
first.
something a bit bigger.
Game on.
It might depend on how Murnan has just taken that. If he's thinking, oh, I should have got it done.
95.
Why am I still on the stage? Give it 5 minutes. And if you're still thinking that, you might lose.
96.
You have to press the reset button after leg 4 and say, right, I didn't win the leg. Let's move on with the next one. It's all about mindset.
$43. 60.
Trebles seem to be drying up now for Joe. Earlier on in the game, he was cruising towards the 90 average. It's come down towards 84 now.
140.
And Winspear's just upping it a little bit. These two are just beginning to come close to a bit of an equilibrium here.
133.
I thought you were going to give us your famous made-up word there, Henry. Equilibralized. Don't worry, I've been out to Susie Dent to see if I can get it put in the dictionary for you.
59.
And she wondered, who are you?
100%.
60. Adam, you require 164.
Chance for 3-2. This game is not over yet.
Well, he's not going to find the 164. He hopes that Murnan isn't going to back up the 170 of a few legs ago
so
for 152 to finish the job off. He's not going to, and so Winspear may just get a dart, but an opportunity
96.
nonetheless to
Adam, you
reduce the
require
gap. And if he doesn't get it,
82.
Murnan's on a single to double.
That changes things. That treble 19 was a big shot. That is a lucky shot. That leaves 65. What are you doing? What a gamble. It's paid off,
shot
but
on the
that
5th
was
leg.
risky.
Adam Winspear.
So risky.
Well, if you don't
6
buy a
legged Joe
ticket,
to
you
throw
won't win the
first.
raffle.
Game on.
It's certainly not the sensible play, but it was the effective one.
100.
Just imagine how silly he would have looked if he'd hit the bull. How many players do you know at this level, or indeed at the elite
100.
level, who would have done that with 65 and 2 darts when your opponent is on 56 to beat you?
Now, I'm sure he'd also say that actually, if you look at the bullseye target, it was rather
135.
obscure. And if you hit the single 15, that's a target you're going for your last dart in hand.
Still doing the wrong thing. You've got to go single 15 there. You've got to guarantee the shot. Now, if you are feeling somewhat frisky,
100.
treble 15, okay, I kind of get it. But the 25, no. It's one of those don't try this at home darts.
Well, look where he's left again.
What's he going to do if he hits this one?
We'll have Winspear, hook, line, and sinker.
100. Joe, you require 170.
Hit it, Joe. Let us know. Do it again. Play it again, Joe.
Game, shot, and
The
match.
first time
Joe
was so
Murnan.
nice, he just had to do it twice. Joe Murnan with 2 170 finishes in the same game. And that seals a full 2 win over Adam Winspear. The finishing remarkable, 2 170 checkouts. And that puts him on to 6 points and in the mix. So we're into the final round's worth of action here on this Thursday afternoon. And before the break, we saw Joe Murnan get the better of Adam Winspear by 4 legs to 2. It's Matt Dennant who has a stranglehold at the top of the table. He's picked up a maximum of 8 points so far. His latest win, a 4-2 success against Andy Davidson, who lost his first match of Thursday in Game 10. So we head into the final round, and this is how the table looks. As I mentioned, Matt Dennant at the top of the pile, 8 points to his name, 4 wins out of 4, can complete the card with victory over Joe Murnan in match 14. He's in second position. Andy Davidson, as I mentioned, also on 6, Lauby on 4, Winspear and Monios pointless. And so to game 13 as Danny Lauby and Andy Davidson duke it out on the fabled live lounge stage. For Danny Lauby, if he can win this game, he'll end Thursday with 6 points. And when you consider the way things started for him, losing his first 2, and if we're going to be perfectly honest, with 2 below par performances, it would have been some recovery to what was a desperate situation at times. For Andy Davidson, if he's to finish with only 6 points, he'll see that as a major disappointment.
That he
First
will.
leg, it's Danny to throw first.
A familiar opponent, someone who he's faced 3 times this week already, but against this guy who was from Indiana, known as a Hoosier.
125.
That's what they call people from Indiana. He will be looking to potentially boot this guy out so he can get to 8 points and keep Danny at 4. If the American wins,
60.
He'll have the same amount of points as Andy overnight, but they will both be in the running. But maybe only for the second
45.
spot. Because Dennant, who's got Murnan next, well, Matty's up for the perfect 10.
30.
Indeed he is. For Andy Davidson,
40.
if he can finish today with 8 points, he knows whatever happens in that game between Murnan and Dennant, he's effectively got his destiny in his hands going into Friday.
Absolutely right.
100.
It also plants the psychological seed before he plays Danny again tomorrow morning. Well, tomorrow afternoon.
140.
Depending on what time you're watching, I guess. Local time, it'll be about 1:45 in the afternoon.
60.
So 1-2-6 for Lauby to take the opening leg.
100.
He's going to have to take it with Davidson. He got himself on a 2-darter. Single leaves the ball. Bullet is. But that has been the problem.
Andy,
Darts veering
91.
wide, and that just skewed off to the left, not leaving the hand properly.
41.
But it is getting
Danny
better.
require 43.
It was quite poor on Tuesday, but it is improving.
3.
That department, it's been a little bit better than yesterday, but not good enough to take a 1-0 lead.
Game
that
shot
honour
on the first
is
leg.
given to Andy Davidson. He was able to hit his double.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw
Danny
first.
Lauby leads today with 6 points. He'll almost feel as if it's daylight robbery for him.
45.
And I just wonder whether that little pocket of confidence he'll get, maybe not with the way he's playing, but the way that he's got results, whether that might just unlock another level tomorrow, because I think he's a player that's got to have some edge. And I think
46.
maybe Monday to Thursday, where there's that second chance, that second life, that second opportunity, I don't think that is conducive to him playing his best darts. However, if
60.
he knows he's in a race tomorrow where there's no wriggle room, no room for error, I think that will bring another
92.
side to his game. I think he'll bring the best out of Danny Lauby.
I'd like to think so.
60. $95.
It actually feels like both players improved today, which is really nice to see. Some people, when they come from a bad Group A situation,
60.
they can't recover. But these two obviously can.
$123.
Well, that's some way of leaving the ton.
Yep, that's not a 1-2-3 he has probably hit in his career
60.
ever.
Andy, you require
it's worked out well.
100.
That's quite handy. That's why he stayed there.
60.
Yeah, there was no benefit
Danny,
in going
require
tops there.
161.
Well, we saw 2 170s in the previous match. Is Lauby going to treat us to 1-6? No. No, just no. That was rubbish, Danny.
117. Andy,
I'm going to tell him you said
40.
That's all right. I'll run.
Great shot. He's using the markers really well in the bottom half of the board in this game. It's not taking him long to get that 2-0 advantage.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
And without having to play anywhere near his best, both players averaging low 70s so far.
But it doesn't feel that bad
60.
because it's quick.
But doesn't that tell you that in this game, pace makes for so much that when you're watching 2 quick players, sometimes you don't need the best standard, but it looks so good on the eye, where maybe if you see 2 of the more, shall we say, sedate players,
slower ones,
yeah, averaging over it. I was being polite. 2 of the more slower players then, averaging more than a ton.
57.
It just doesn't have that same grab, that same feel.
It's absolutely right. It's the same in any sport.
140.
People like pace. People like faster bowlers. They're like faster playing golfers. They're like
55.
faster footballers.
Well, put it this way. You grow up to be Jofra Archer, not Graham Swan.
There's nothing wrong with Swanee.
105.
Never say there was anything wrong with him, but people would rather be that quick bowler that everyone lauds.
140.
Oh, when I was growing up, I wanted to be Curtly
96.
Ambrose. Do I actually run into him once at Gatwick
Andy, you
Airport?
require 109.
I couldn't talk. Double 16, but only
77.
just.
Danny, you
And
require
Davidson,
54.
he almost left an odd number after that second dart. Double 10. It's got to go. Great
Game
shot.
in the third leg.
Pluckiness
Danny Lauby.
from Danny Lauby.
Fourth
He
leg,
knew
it's
that had
Andy
to go.
throw
It did
first.
go, and you've got to
Game
give
on.
him huge credit for that. What sometimes he might lack in terms of overall quality does make up at times
57.
in terms of when he gets the opportunity, having the awareness between the ears to take advantage.
I asked this question of Trina Gulliver yesterday. Who do you believe is the best American dart player of all time? And by that, I mean the United States of America.
84.
In terms of titles, you would go with Larry Butler.
Because of the match play.
60.
Because of the match play, yes. And I suppose to a certain extent his longevity, because he did play in a Masters final 21 years later.
Correct.
140.
But in terms of the modern day, that's a very difficult question to answer.
It is, isn't it?
Because we speak about how the sport continues to grow. And of course it is. In terms of numbers, participation, in terms of actual players coming through, yes, there is.
60. Danny,
But if
you
we're going to be
require
honest, there's not been many that's kind of
161.
hit the headlines in the same way that maybe Canadians have.
It's fair.
I mean, you look at John Part, Jeff Smith, Matt Campbell.
47.
They've
Andy,
all
you
done
require
tangible things.
160.
Yeah, they've won stuff.
85.
Danny's the only American player
Danny,
to
you
have qualified
require
for a Champions League kit.
114.
So far. But he could be ousted in leg 4 here.
40. Andy, you require 75.
Single to single to double.
Game shot on the fourth
And
leg.
pulls his way
Andy
through
Davidson.
to 3-1.
One away from ending the
Fifth
day on
leg,
8
it's Danny
points
to
and
throw
putting himself
first.
very much in the
Game on.
equation.
I gave the example yesterday that we had an American player in the 1978 semi-finals of the World Championship, the very first one, in Nicky Verashkel. He beat Conrad Daniels in the previous round, also from the United States. And the fact that Nicky lost to Leighton
121.
Reese by 8 legs to 7. If he'd won that game, there's no telling we could be sitting here
60.
saying that the very first World Darts champion was from America.
96.
And we haven't had one. Just look what Mikuru Suzuki did for Japanese darts by winning
59.
at Lakeside 7 years ago. Was that 7 years ago?
It's incredible, isn't it?
58.
Beat Lorraine Winstan in the final, then retained the title a year later. Incredibly, the 02 World Championship is 6 years ago.
60.
When Wayne Warren won the title.
100.
Well, that is the look of a man in which
44.
a week
Andy,
that
you
he had
require
big ideas of
126.
grandeur is just beginning to fall apart.
24.
That could have gone better. And he knows it.
60. Andy, you require 102.
Bull or treble 14, went for the ball to leave double 16.
62. Danny, you
He's
require
done that on the premise
118.
that one, he likes double 16 more than tops. But if he gets to 25, it's easier to leave a finish. No finish for Danny. And that could be it
82.
for his Thursday.
Andy, you require
Well, he fought
40.
hard to get on to 4 points.
Game,
but he ain't going to get
shot,
any more.
And the match.
And Andy Davidson wins 4 for 5 on Thursday. He is very much in the equation when it comes to tomorrow's action. It's a much improved display in comparison to his efforts on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. He beats Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1. Next up, Matt Dennant has the chance to complete the card, but if Joe Murnan beats him, we have 3 players at the top on 8 points. Yeah, the next specials week is the World International Pairs, the 3rd edition of the tournament. The teams will be revealed next Monday in a special programme, and then it will begin after Champions Week finishes. Well, forget the World Pairs. We're on Pluto TV on this Thursday afternoon, and Game 14 sees Joe Murnan and Matty Dennant go head-to-head. For Dennant, a win in this one would see him win all 5 of his games. He'd be on 10 points at the top of the pile and in an unassailable lead overnight. But if Joe Murnan wins this match, then we will have 3 players tied on 8 points at the top of the group, and we really would be none the wiser. So, here we go then. Game 14 of the session.
First leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Now, we know Joe Murnan has got the capabilities. He hit 2 170 finishes in his previous match. Is it going to be about consistency that's
100
the key if he's going to get the better of Dennant in this one?
If he plays the same way that he did in the previous game, he's got every chance of winning this one because he's got the throw. But what Dennant has got is maybe that little X factor, that extra gear. One thing we know at this stage, if
85.
Murnan wins by 4 legs to 2, he will top the table. If he wins by a greater margin of 4 legs to 2, he will top the table by a little bit more.
So effectively, 3 legs will be enough for Matt Dennant to be the table topper overnight.
Indeed.
125.
But he doesn't want 3 legs, he wants 4. He'd like to have 5 out of 5.
134.
This has started very promisingly.
$60. Matt, you require
So 104 for Dennant. 84. He's going to have a look down at the treble 60 to leave himself double 18. Old
86.
Faithful.
Joe, you require
I think Joe made a mistake with his previous dart. He should have switched. He did get a chance at tops.
91. Matt, you require 18.
It's always been said that 132 is easier than 131.
Game short and the first leg.
His chances were limited because Dennant has already broken him. Notice how Dennant does not look his opponent in the eye or in their direction when the game is on. You might think that's just a bit of a coincidence.
34.
A great dart player will not engage with an opponent until the end. What I mean by engage is anything.
140.
Fist bumps. Yeah, you might get one for a 9 dart or a 170 checkout. Rest of the time, eyes down.
Because there was conversations after Luke Littler won his
83.
first World Championship title that maybe there was 1 or 2 players that he played in that tournament that were maybe being a little bit too friendly to him.
137.
What's to be friendly about? You're all trying to win the top prize. There's no room for sympathy.
125.
There's no room for leniency. Get up there and crack on. Just like that.
180.
That 180 was about as effortless as Nick Roll's 180 call.
83. Joe,
How
you require
good is it to have
44.
a legend of the game on that stage? Nevin
short
Tartar,
and the
break
second
back,
leg.
1-1.
Joe Murnan.
What a leg that was.
Yeah, 224 in 5.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game
Don't
on.
take conversions like that for granted, but right now he's converting 3 dart big outs, 5 dart big outs.
140.
This is the best I've seen Murnan play in this building.
Something has clicked.
60.
I'm going to quote someone now, but I'm not going to tell you who told me this for obvious reasons, because they had,
60.
in their own words, a bit of an epiphany about modern-day dart players. And I listened, but I didn't tell them what I thought of what they said. But it
100.
screams right now. said person said dart players are lazy, but if you give them something to do, something to play for that is rather attractive, they will start to work a bit harder. And that person was referencing the Modus Super Series. There are players out there who come here who maybe don't practice enough to get the best out of their skills. What have we learned about Joe today? That if he's got a little bit of work ethic, his game can be better.
134.
Now, I'm not calling him lazy.
Joe, you require 142.
By working harder, he's actually called himself it.
95. Matt, you require 107.
For this for the break. And he's going to get a dart. A double 16.
75. Joe, you require 47.
So, Murnan looking at 47 to wrestle the ascendancy in this contest, and he makes no mistake whatsoever on double top. Well, he's just tapping along nicely, isn't he, Joe Murnan?
This is a brilliant game. Joe's playing some proper darts here.
$140.
That treble 20 is begging for mercy.
That was a hit by Duffy, wasn't it? About 07, 08 time?
I believe that's the case. I'd have to ask the other members of the quiz team.
Sam Mullina's going to be back in the quiz team on Monday night.
Yeah, Peter Kay is from the same town as Joe Murnan. That song was actually part of his act because he thought she was saying she was begging for birdseed. True story.
$91.
Other famous alumni from Bolton.
60.
Paddy McGuinness.
Matt, you require 170.
Lisa Ashton. Steve Coote, already mentioned him.
JJ Okocha.
99.
I thought you were going to say Kevin Davies.
Nice fella, by the way.
JJ or Kevin?
Kevin.
134.
Oh, this is how
Matt,
Dennant hits back.
71.
Double top.
Game
that is a
shot
very
on the
good
fourth
leg of
leg.
darts.
Matt Dennant.
He's been so good today. I can't wait to see his end of day numbers.
Fifth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game
If
on.
we're going to attribute one number to how he's played all day long,
99.
it's got to be tidy. I reckon he's thrown about 4 bad darts all day.
137.
And they haven't been that bad.
However, Murnan is just beginning to go through the gears here. Remember, Dennant needs to find a break at some point to win this contest.
Yeah, he did find one, but then he let it go.
134.
Let it off the hook.
56.
If anybody hits a 170 tonight in Belfast at the Premier League, I don't think the celebration's going to be as good as Murnan's.
140.
So Dennant back for 90, leaving it after 9.
140.
And such is the quality of this game. Both players ticking around the ton. This has to go. This has to go.
57.
It doesn't.
Well, that's classified
Joe,
as one of his
66.
bad darts of the day because it doesn't even reach the 25. But the margins are so tight.
26. Matt,
Just
you
a little
require
mistake from
33.
Joe opens the door for Dennant.
Game
He walks
shot on
right
the fifth
through it.
leg.
There's
Matt
that break
Dennant.
of throw you were talking about.
Done in 14. And now he has the darts to win it. And he has
Sixth
the
leg,
darts
it's
to
Matt to throw
complete the
first.
perfect day.
Game on.
The way they're playing right now, there is a risk that
84.
one of these players does not make Saturday, I don't envisage a situation where both of these guys are eliminated tomorrow.
100.
I see at least one of them going through, but I just don't know which one. If Matt wins this game, I think he's going to get there. If Joe wins, then
100.
we're going to have to start juggling at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
$140.
Well, we said that Matt Dennant has another gear to go if he gets pushed. He's being pushed all the way by Murnan.
He's had a glorious first start all day long.
Averaging over a ton. And he comes back for 156.
96.
To wrap it
Matt,
up.
you require
And he's going to get time
156.
because Murnan's on 165. He's got 6 of them here for the match. And he's going to come back.
81.
Oh, he slipped wide. A rare poor dart from Matty.
Yeah, he should have been having 2 darts at double here. If not 3.
123.
Now it could only be 1.
75.
And Murnan's on his tail. And as you say, it's only going to be 1 dart at double top.
Game,
So 1 dart
shot,
at double top
and
is
the
all he
match.
needs to win the
Matt
match
Dennant.
and complete the card. It's a 5-star return for the scholar, Matt Dennant, on his Super Series comeback tour. Wins 5 out of 5 on Thursday. And he saved his best performance for the very last. Averaged just under 99, 50% on his finishing. He beats Joe Murnan, an absolute barnstormer 4-2. Next up is George Monios against Adam Winspear. Final game of the session, and it is Adam Winspear and George Monios who go head-to-head. Before the break, we saw Matt Dennant complete a clean sweep of wins, a 4-2 success over Joe Murnan, and he certainly saved his best performance for last, average of 98.75, 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing, to wrap up a 4-2 win over Murnan, who himself averaged just underneath the 99 mark. So these two are looking for their first points of the session. Monios and Winspear, having lost their first 4 games, are looking to finish on some kind of high. So it's the final match of the afternoon, but don't forget we're back tonight from 10 o'clock to see how Group B gets underway, and you can join us for all of the action live from 10 p.m. on the Pluto TV network.
First leg, it's George to throw first.
There's plenty coming up after this. You got the documentary series, George Noble's Final Call, coming up after this is done, followed by the Flying
95.
Lap Challenge, which features Fallon Sherrock, Devon Peterson, and more race through dartboard checkpoints.
140.
So that's coming up once we're done here this afternoon. But we've got one more game to go until we're done. And I suppose out of the 2 players, I was going to say Adam Winspear is probably the one who's had the better day, but Monios piles in the game's first max.
Took the words right out of my mouth. You look at the averages, and with
85.
the 4-3 loss aside against Danny Lauby, Winspear has been comfortably in the 80s average-wise, whereas George has struggled to even breach 80.
61.
But one thing we have seen from George over the last 3 days, he has had quite a strong ending to his campaigns.
70.
I just wonder if he's getting Adam at the right time and he's playing at the right time for himself. It was on Tuesday where Monios did beat Andy Davidson 4-0 with an 80 average. You might think that's not great, but it's a 4-0 victory with an average that's above his weekly numbers.
100. George, you require
And as for his game
106.
in game 15 yesterday, he was up against Ron Meulenkamp, who needed a win to get through. Very different situation.
Well, this leg's a case of 106 down,
86.
but it's not 106 got for
Adam, you
Monios.
require
So can Winspear
106.
do what Monios was unable to do? No is the answer.
38.
I have an idea
George, you require 20.
for Winspear.
Game shot.
Let's
and the
talk about
first
it now,
leg.
because that leg
George
is in the
Monios.
books. Adam's going to start this leg, so let's look
Second leg, it's
at the
Adam
way
to
he
throw
brings the dart
first.
back
Game on.
to his jawline. It's quite quick. Now, if you look at someone
95.
who is at a similar pace to that, Jermaine Wattamina, what has he done the last 2 years? He's tried to slow that drawback down so he's got a little bit more control.
100.
I get the feeling that Winspear, even though he plays very well, he wouldn't be here if he didn't. That drawback, for me, is just a little quick.
60.
Sometimes when that arm or the lower arm bones rotate and they do so quickly, you lose feel.
140.
If we're going to compare him to George, for example, look at the way that George brings it back. There's a little bit more tempo there. That's the dart I'm talking about. If you lose control,
100.
the dart comes out of the hand all wrong. There are 2 movements to a dart throw, back and through. If the drawback is too quick,
60.
the next one's going to be wrong. It's cause and effect.
Well, it just feels like Winspear has just hit a bit of a block here.
100.
Piles in a ton, leads himself on 146 first to a checker, but Monios will probably feel as if he can score well here. He might have 6 on this 201 to go 2 up in the contest.
100. Adam, you require
However, I know exactly what you're going to say. Should have gone down for the 25 to leave 96.
We can say it all we like, but if they don't believe in it, they're not going to do it.
96.
Because
George,
he believes in red
101.
pennage. Get that red pen out. Get that red pen out.
61.
Put that red
Adam,
pen
you
back.
require 50.
Put the lid back on it.
Oh, that had a chance. If it wasn't for the
George,
previous
you require
dart, it
40.
blocked it. It denied it. And this one might help it.
2 10s.
30. Adam, you require 32.
So 32 for Winspear to level the game up. Oh, he's just
Game
snuck that
shot
into
in
the corner.
second leg. Adam
1-1.
Winspear.
That was a bit sneaky.
Third leg, it's George to throw first. Game on.
In a game like this, you'll take any double you can hit. No matter who wins this game, they've still got a lot to do.
140.
They will be 6 points behind second position. In previous times, Henry, I would have said they've already left themselves with too much to do.
60.
But after what happened to Andy Barton's last Wednesday, I'm not going to say that anymore.
Reset mentality, and he just wasn't able to. It just fell
41.
apart so... Well, it fell apart quicker than a piece of pulled pork.
$125. $100.
Monios is now 3 darts away from a double. Remember in the previous game, we did see 224 in 5 from Joe Murnan. This can be done in 4, but not anymore.
Well, I think this is the type of game that we'll put into the bracket of slow burner.
Bit like your pulled pork.
I think that's the dinner sorted
100.
tonight. I actually don't know what I'm going to have for tea.
Oh, you really did take the offer up there, didn't you?
Maybe not Italian tonight.
140. Adam, you require 116.
If Winspear hits this, he's having Greek. Tops for dinner. He might be looking for dessert next. That's a beautiful checkout from Adam.
Adam Winspear. Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Meandering around the stage very easily and starting to play some very decent darts here.
I think he can count himself a little bit unlucky that maybe at times he's ran into one or two. The one that will probably feel like the one that got away was the match against Danny Lauby.
100%. That's a game that he probably should have won. But how many dart players do you know who have tales of woe about games they should have won?
140.
Lost 6-3, should have won 9-0. The famous line of Richie Burnett. Just sounds better coming from him.
96.
I'm not going to name the players involved in this, but I heard a story of somebody somewhere on the pro circuit saying, I've just played the worst player that I've ever played in my life.
140.
And I lost.
I'm going to need to know who that is. You can tell me off the air.
85. Adam, you require 121.
Oh, this is looking rather bright for the man in green now, isn't it? Lost the first leg. Now he is definitively the better player on the stage. And he's done very well there. He's on for a 13 darter. Average is sailing above 90 now.
Well, he's left himself on a finish, but it feels from here as if it should be academic. For Data 3-1, this is a really good performance from Winnie, who may well be getting that winning feeling for the first time.
This is a great performance for two reasons. One, Adam's playing well, but he's beating Monios when he's playing well.
$100.
Truth be told, if he played Monios from possibly round 2 today, he's already through this game 4-0. But right now, Monios is putting in his best numbers of the day, and he's only got 1 leg from 4.
Well, he's making him work for it, isn't he?
You're trying to say that George is a pacemaker?
100.
Well, he kind of is. He set the tone. Winspear has followed and overtaken.
45. $60.
There's a great deal of hand activity in that throw with Monios, isn't there? The hand is cupped, and then when it comes back, it opens up like a flower. There's a great deal of tension on the palm.
125.
Just watch it here. Closed hand to open hand on the way back. That engages the wrist, which is not good.
100.
So 1-4-1 left after a dozen to bring the gap back down to 1 to force Winspear to serve it out in the next. Needs a treble here to leave a finish.
55.
Not that one,
George,
though.
you require 141.
So Monios, 1-4-1 and 6 from here. And he's going to need the full complement of darts to keep this contest afloat.
87.
Shouldn't fill it up. And
95.
for Murnios, an opportunity
George, you require 54.
to reduce it back to 3-2.
That's a miss.
He's miscarried again.
That is 23 scored. And he's left himself on 31.
38.
That could be a
Adam, you
fatal
require
mistake.
96.
That could be the last mistake he makes, because Winspear returns to 96 to win the match, to get his first win on the board, and he's deserved to win today.
56.
He's played some decent stuff. He's just come up
George,
against
you
the wrong
require
players at the wrong
16.
times. And you could even make a case in point that George Monios is
Game
another,
shot
because
on the fifth
he's
leg.
playing his best
George
stuff,
Monios.
and he's still in the contest. And he's forcing Winspear here with the darts in hand to get it done on
Sixth
his
leg, it's
serve.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
Now, you might think that Adam's surname is a little different. If you like to
83.
look into people's name origin, like I do all the time, it's pretty much as it reads. It's derived from the 16th century
140.
English name of people that used to win spears in tournaments. So it's a very apt name for a dart player, isn't it? It actually means
64.
person who won a spear via a tournament or friend of someone who has spears. It's pretty cool. We're talking about 1500 to 1599. It's the time of Elizabeth I. It's a really cool part of English history, and that name is derived from that period.
140.
Although it was a little brutal back then.
Yes, I'm not sure it survived the modern day.
No, not at all.
Even the cheese rolling's now been refined a bit more.
140.
That Henry was a bit of a glutton back then, wasn't he?
Still is now. Anyway, 1-6-1 for
92.
Munoz to
Georgia
take us
require
all the way to a last leg
161.
decider. Winspear 1-2-2 if not.
And there's the one.
$41.
Can't trim
Adam,
off
you
more than
require
41, so Winspear does get a
122.
chance to win by 4 legs to 2. And in order to get that, he needs 4 18s.
I can only get the 2 of them. So Munoz is going to get one last
56.
stay of execution, but his
Georgia
hopes in this
require
contest are
120.
reliant on him taking out this 120. There's Shanghai. Not to be, and so Winspear looking at 66.
55. Adam, you require 66.
To get the job done and to wrap the day up with his solitary win. And to get the job done, it's double top,
26.
but that is sailing wide.
Georgia
And
require
very, very
65.
high. Don't miscount here. 10 or a 6. 10 will do. Double 18. Wrong double.
37.
But this time it wasn't a calculating error.
Adam,
it was
you
an
require
execution error.
40.
Well, this should be curtains. Double 10.
Game.
Gets it
shot,
done, and finally
and the
it's a win
match.
for
Adam
Winnie.
Winspear.
He's deserved that. He's placed a decent start today. But as he's been saying in commentary, he's just come up against the wrong player at the wrong times. So Adam Winspear gets the better of George Munoz by 4 legs to 2. That wraps up the afternoon's action here with the live lounge in Portsmouth. We'll be hearing from Matt Dennant in a few moments' time. He picked up all 5 wins on the opening day's worth of action. Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The first day's worth of action in this Group C here at the Modus Super Series has come to a close. Before the break, Adam Winspear got his first victory over George Monios by 4 legs to 2. But it was a day that was dominated by Matt Dennant upon his return here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 5 wins out of 5. It was like he was never away. His last success, a 4-2 win over Joe Murnan, means that he is top of the table, 10 points to his name, but you've got you've got Andy Davidson on 8, Joe Murnan on 6. They're all going to keep close company come Friday. Danny Lauby on 4, with Adam Winspear and George Monios, the 2 players at the bottom of the table. Well, I say it's like Matt Dennant's never been away. He's joined myself and Nico in the studio. Last time we were here, this never existed. What's it like to be back?
It's. Well, I said to you this morning, didn't I? It's great to be back. Without sounding nasty, I'd rather be back on the Pro Tour, but it's brilliant to be back. Other than playing darts at the Pro Tour, this is the place to be.
In terms of how things started, did you feel like you were just slotted back in quite nicely?
I just doing what I feel like I've been doing for a while. There was a bit of there was edgy darts in there. I'm not going to say there wasn't. There's some improvement to be made, but there was some good stuff when I needed it, so I didn't feel too bad.
We said before Dart was thrown this morning, we thought he was going to be the class act in the group, and it just proved to be that way.
Absolutely. I've been looking forward to Matt coming back here. I know he doesn't want to be here. He wants to be on the Pro Tour. That's the right attitude. However, we have the gift of him for at least a few months. I'm going to enjoy it. I know everybody else is. But the way he played in his first game, he set the stall out for what we were about to see. And you said it yourself. When he was pushed, there was another level to find. So it just begs the question, how high is that level going to go?
And you must have felt as if once you got going, you're almost like an unstoppable object.
I don't feel that way. I just feel like I know the game's there, if that makes sense. I know what I can do when I need to do it. So I wasn't thinking any differently. I was just trying to play darts as I would normally.
There was a lot of impressive things about your performances today. What in particular stood out? What particular department do you feel like really did stand out today?
In fairness, I noticed a couple of times timing was quite good. There was a leg against Andy. He hit 171. He missed. I took out. There was time when I've hit 180. Somebody's missed and I've took out as well. So I thought timing was okay today. But timing's not always what you want. You want to be in control of situations. So yeah.
It's probably a good job he took out this 67 because we had 2 170s today. But the thing that impressed me the most about Matt's play, it was the first dart. A lot of the times he was addressing the hockey early in legs. He was planting that first dart in the top half of that treble 20, taking the pressure off the visit, and he was able to get more 180s than anybody else. And he's right, the timing of some of the shots was professional. And that's exactly what we expected from him, and he delivered.
You mentioned timing there. Is part of that down to the fact because you've just come off tour, it's something that you've got to do week in, week out, otherwise you're just not going to pick up wins?
Probably. The 2 years worth of experience on the Pro Tour, the last couple of years, and the second year on the Pro Tour was a lot better than the first year. So obviously you play with a little bit more confidence every time you pick your darts up. I feel good, so I just try and push that when I am playing.
And he's someone that we know has got better and better over time. And we've seen from his experiences here in the past how it stood him in good stead for the Pro Tour. And we've seen it from the likes of Connor Scott, where sometimes just taking that step back can lead to 2 steps forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we spoke about it in the first game, didn't we, today? When he was winning, this wasn't here when people were coming off the Pro Tour around 2018, 2019. This thing was born from COVID. So the resulting effect of people using this to vault themselves to the Pro Tour, but then if they come back, they have this as a safety net because we love having Players Championship players here, people who've been to the World Championship, people with experience. We want to see what they can do in this setting, and we've seen what Matt's done today. He hasn't lost. So coming into tomorrow, he's going to accept that he's probably a better player than he was the last time he was here.
Matt, we'll have another chat with you in just a second. Myself and Nico are going to round up everything else that's happened today. A lot of big fishes flying about.
You can say that again. I mean, there's so much going on today. We've had all sorts of fish and crustacean-related activity, but this is what Joe Murnan thinks of that, and you're thinking, that's out of character. Matt knows this. Joe's the kind of player that gives nothing away, and then he decides to hit another one to end the game against Winspear.
So nice you did it twice.
Yeah.
He literally nicked my line in commentary.
Wonderful. It's a great thing to see. I don't remember the last time I saw 2 170s in a best-of-7 game. It's at least 6 years ago. So to see Joe do that and to see a little bit of character from him and a little bit of a relaxed nature, it was really nice to see.
That's right, Davidson. Much improved day today.
100%. First 3 days, I think he was trying to figure out where he stands. But he started pretty well today. He won his first 3 games, had a little bit of a stutter, but finds himself on 8 points overnight. That is going to give him confidence going into Friday. And from that position, he will expect to qualify, but it's not going to be simple.
So he's on 6 points. As far as Danny Lauby is concerned, he had a decent middle to the session. However, that last game, did he leave something out there? Because he could have gave himself a great opportunity tomorrow.
It probably doesn't matter what I think of it. It's how he feels about it. Danny will believe that he should have picked up 2 more points, but he didn't. Now he's got to wrestle with that fact overnight before he plays that same opponent again early tomorrow afternoon. So he has a really good chance to get one back on that opponent and then possibly start a charge towards the top 2. It's going to be difficult because there have been too many sloppy darts. But if we can say positive stuff about Danny Lauby for today, there's been a lot more good darts.
In terms of the bottom 2, what will be your overall assessment of their days?
I think they ran into the wrong people at the wrong times, especially Winspear. He had larger averages against the top 3-4 players. He was playing some pretty decent stuff, but let's face it, he was getting Matt at the wrong time, he was getting Joe at the wrong time, he was getting Davidson at the wrong time. The game against Danny Lauby, that's one he should have won. That was probably the worst game of the day, but the most compelling for other reasons. But as for George, I think he's starting to realise that the level he needs to attain, it needs to be at least 10% better than what he's doing if he's going to be competitive.
I do want to ask you, Matt, when you saw the list of players that you're in with this week, did you think, oh, goodness me, welcome back and then some?
In fairness, when you come to Modus, it doesn't matter who's down here. It's going to be a competitive weekend, however many days you play. It's never going to be easy. So you just get on with what's in front of you.
And that's the attitude to have, isn't it?
It is, because it's not in your control. When somebody sends you an email or contacts you and says you're going to be in week 6, your first question should not be, who else is playing? You should just get on with what you're doing, because if you play well, what Matt has proven today is if you play your game, you can win every game you play. He's beaten everybody in Group C at least once now, and he'll want to do it again.
You mentioned don't focus on anybody else, but that must be impossible if you're Nathan and Simon Whitlock tonight.
How many people can honestly say, when they come to a genuinely competitive environment like this, that they're going to be playing against a family member, in particular, someone who you live in the same house with? Now, we've talked about Chris Dobie and Callum Ridds on the Pro Tour. They live in the same street. We've had people in Berkshire. It was Luke Humphreys and somebody else living in the same town. That's Jason Heaver. But now you've got some people who live in the same property, and it's a father and son combination. And like you said earlier on, the last time we had that, the father would hit a 9-darter against the son, so no pressure.
Back to you, Matt. What's the goals? What's the ambitions for 2026 for yourself?
In fairness, 2026 is just a case of taking what comes and just being prepared for Q School 2027, if I'm honest.
So basically everything this year is just getting yourself ready to get yourself back on tour, and anything I suppose you kind of do in terms of wins is a bit of a bonus, pretty much.
Yeah, unless you can take the tour card from the Challenge Tour, so to speak. But yeah, its priority is just being ready for Q School.
Which I can imagine after the first weekend is going to be a lot of hard work for the rest of the season.
Be a big challenge. It wasn't, in fairness, from my point of view, it probably wasn't the right time. Coming off a Worlds, which the high of being at the Worlds, but the disappointment of losing the game, then losing the tour card, going straight back to Q School, not winning the tour card back, then Q School was Challenge Tour was then the week after, and it was probably just a week too soon and wasn't quite ready to play, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense to me. Wasn't ready for that, but was very ready for this, because there's a good month and a bit between the challenge and coming here. So you've got to give your mind a break. And if your mind doesn't get a break, I mean, Q School started on the 5th of January. The World Final was on the 3rd. It's relentless.
However, a very good start to life back here at the Susie. Great to see you back here, Matt, even if you don't want to be here in the nicest way.
I'm glad to be back.
Right, great to see you. We shall see you later on tonight. We do it all again, and it's going to be father and son. I'm sure there's going to be a few people tuning in for that one.
Absolutely. If you're going to be watching Whitlock versus Whitlock tonight, have a cup of coffee around about midnight. I think it's going to be about 1:45 in the morning.
Whitlock will win.
We're getting in for punditry tonight. Many thanks, gents. Right, plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next is the latest in the Pluto TV documentary series. That is the George Noble Final Call. That's coming up in a few moments' time. And then, of course, we've got a double dosage of darts for you. Simon and Mason will be jousting it out tonight from 10 as Group B gets underway. And it's going to be fast and furious with Alex Small in amongst that mix as well. And Matt Dennant, 5 wins out of 5 on day 1. He's looking to do it all again on day 2. And then that leads to Saturday night's final from 7:30. We'll know half the field for Champions Week by then. And then, of course, Fallon Sherritt, the Queen of the Palace, looking to get her season here up and running as Week 7 gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30. Well, it was the scholar who was top of the class, Matt Dennant, with 5 wins out of 5. He tops Group C overnight. Bye from us.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word! It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magnet!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game
go!